Discord. In the Discord.
Okay, fair.
Time traveler who has electric lightning powers and went to magic mutant school.
Charlie Kirk thought that he was a time traveler.
Well, not was. Because he's extremely dead now. Something she says he predicted with his powers. Which is odd, because if I could see the future, I probably would have stepped like 6 inches to the left on September 10th, so I didn't perk the bucket. But hey, maybe that's why they call him a martyr. I'm not a smarter. For some reason, she starts off her video on Charlie Kirk with a tangent about Fruit of the Loom losing its cornucopia and the Mandela effect, even though I doubt she knows Nelson Mandela even went to prison.
Until you guys tried to convince us that Fruit of the Loom never had a cornucopia, right? There was one. We all know that. By the way, if you're watching this and you don't know that, I want nothing to do with you. You're in the wrong timeline. We are not in the same timeline.
I personally don't
Okay,
care about
weirdo.
this at all. I only care about the men modeling Fruit of the Loom. But I did count all the times her name and face is in this shot, and it's over 25. So now I understand why pride is a sin. Candace tells the audience that we're at the beginning of the end of a long satanic run, because the deep state is panicking. What that means, she nor I will ever know, but she'll say it anyway, because she'll say anything for money.
It is an absolute fact that Charlie Kirk thought that he was a time traveler. He told me he was a time traveler repeatedly. I showed you guys that
Sounds
text
like a
message
freak.
exchange. I said to him in response that I didn't feel the same way and that I thought I was from another planet, that I was an alien my entire life. Just do not get it here. This planet is ghetto. That's how I feel. I don't understand it. The rules don't make sense. I
Okay.
think that's also why I like cats so much.
See, this to me makes perfect sense.
I love that she literally says that unless we are in the same shared delusion and believe in like the Mandela effect, you're not allowed to associate with me. I want nothing to do with you. I only
You
want
fucking weirdo.
delusional people around me.
She's so
Not
weird.
like anything she said, of course, but the fact that she is proudly delusional really contextualizes everything else she says.
Thinking about that, the security, him texting saying I'm not allowed to go anywhere, I feel so important, I think was the exact message. That to me is objectively weird in retrospect.
I do
Wasn't
love
weird
her
at the time, it's
laptop
weird
sticker,
now, and
though.
it makes me think that Charlie may have been marked since he was a child.
So anything
Mark
can
of the
seem
Beast,
weird
baby.
retroactively when you allow knowledge of the future to color the past. Like the people
Omen,
who were
baby.
late to catch their train the day of a disaster, thereby preventing them from potentially being killed, or worse, injured. Back, it seems like it must mean something, but it doesn't. You just have poor time management and a bit of magical thinking, and so do I. I even went to school to learn how to think magically, but I didn't.
When he was really young, they wanted to drug him, but his mother said no, and he was really grateful for that. And instead, they decided that they could send him to
Should've.
this X-Men school. That's the best way I can describe it.
The
I would
only one who
certainly, by the way,
tolerates
for you internet sleuths,
Indonesia
I'd like to find out which
is
school
Lennon,
Charlie
and he
had to
doesn't even
attend.
like her.
So he was pulled out of the regular school he was attending, and he had to go to some special school for the gifted. Like he was an
Gandhi's at
X-Man.
war with
Wait.
her. And that's
Does Candace think the gifted
crazy
program at her
because,
school was
like-
filled with mutants? Because it wasn't. The only gifts those kids had were higher expectations and a low
Before we-
self-esteem as they eventually...
before we time traveled and went back in time, like when we ended, Gandhi's military power was 0.
Really?
Yeah, somehow Indonesia like destroyed him or something.
Interesting.
And also, don't settle Berlin just yet because this city right here is rebelling. You settled
Berlin?
it. Yeah, you settled it last game, and
Ah, on the
right after I
yeah.
stabilized this city.
Well,
Like,
I only
settle
settled
more-
that.
Settle more
I only
into
settled that
India.
because no. I only settled that because Gandhi put a city here. In 4 turns, I'll have an army that I'm gonna stick down here as a physical block for Gandhi. I'm gonna body block him.
I'm selling Diplo favor to Indonesia, which
Stop
will
it.
mean that I won't be able to. Well, the World Congress is random, actually. It may not even be the same selection. May not even
okay.
get the glory to condemn her.
Age
And
into
burn her
mid-adults
people
like
at the
everyone
stake.
else. And why didn't her good friend Charlie tell her what school he went to at any point during their conversations about it? If she must know, he attended and graduated from a very public school in Illinois. When I was a child in school, they tested me to see if I was gifted because I did well, but I became belligerent during the exam because I refused to accept the land-centric idea that there are multiple oceans. There aren't. If there were, my first age gap crush, Daddy Triton, wouldn't be king of the entire ocean. As punishment for my brilliance, they sent me back to Gen Pop to be tortured by heterosexuals for the next...
Like, I'm pretty sure they are also like making a little independent gay film as well. But like,
Okay.
can we talk about the illustration put on this paragraph about a video where anyone like us, you know, and everyone else would just be laughing at Candace Owens, and instead he's got this whole diatribe of how he was tested, shows a picture of a child that was clearly not him. It's like a Victorian child. His necklace literally says 1992.
Amazing.
And then the whole joke written in there about like I assume that story wasn't real. But the joke about King Triton being his first problematic age gap and working that into
You can
that
believe
being
that.
the joke, like that's exactly when you watch comedy routines and it's clearly stuff that didn't happen. Like for example, like Bert's the machine bit.
Yeah.
That shit did not fucking happen. Okay?
Not the way the
because
story
of,
is, no.
because of how he is and he's telling the story, it
The
seems
embellishment.
very real and grounded, and that's what makes it a funnier joke. And that's what I'm saying here is like that is a fucking joke. That's how you write a fucking joke right there in a script. And the delivery, the cunty delivery, the sassy "I'm better than you" cunty delivery, and then they'd be like, and then because they did the paranormal course, they put doctor in front of their name. So they have
Yeah.
a fake PhD in the paranormal science, and then they get to say that they're a doctor, all cunty, like they're superior.
Illinois. When I was a child in school, they
Like,
tested me to see if
that is not a picture of you as a baby. Look at this. Hang on, I'm bringing it up. That is
That's
not
hilarious. That's hilarious. That is incredibly funny.
I was gifted because I did well, but I became belligerent during the exam because I refused to accept the land-centric idea that there are multiple oceans. There aren't. If there were, my first age gap crush, Daddy Triton, wouldn't be king of the entire ocean. As punishment for my brilliance, they sent me back to Gen Pop to be tortured by heterosexuals for the next 10 years. I guess what I'm trying to say is, Candace Owens is stupid.
It's so it's
like-
delivered
His
so
test
well.
scores, whatever the school, every
You see
test
what I
they
mean?
probably did on him,
I'm saying, like, literally,
he was off the
I'm
chart.
saying all the commentary needed to be there is just like, wow, Candace Owens is stupid, which is like what any normal person would say. But instead of that, we got this entire joke, and the punchline of the joke is getting back to the point of the video. Also,
Flawless.
Gen Pop.
And they wanted to make
It's
sure
referring
that he
to
was gonna
public
watch.
school as Gen Pop.
We should be training our kids to get like an 85% on the test, at most, before the government agents are going to swoop in and go, "Who is this genius child?"
My kid comes home from school with an 87% on they/their first grade spelling test, and I pick them up like a doll and shake them screaming, "What have you done? What have you done?" Why do I sound like Dawn from Buffy? Buffy, what have you done? As the SWAT team repels through the window, showering us with glass, and takes the kid away, much to my relief, because I never wanted to be a mother.
Used to happen to Charlie. He would go on runs.
You're right. Going on runs is super weird behavior. Who does that?
I think I told you guys this after sundown, and when he was
the
running,
child,
street
the
lights would
they
go
them
out.
pronoun
Like
thrown in
he
there.
was like he was a burst of energy, like he was a lightning bolt or something. So
Oh, so close. You're thinking of The Flash. You can tell the difference between Charlie Kirk and The Flash because The Flash is a beloved Halloween costume and Charlie Kirk is a skeleton. She's going to show us a video about Project Looking Glass because she doesn't know how to do her own research on the topic and blindly believes everything she sees on YouTube. And it'd be great for her finances if everyone else did too. Project Looking Glass is apparently a CIA program to look into the future or something. I also didn't look it up because I don't care and you can't do that. She said she's the guy working the channel, which is usually the time when you don't look for something. So fuck his drag, I guess.
like I didn't fact check because that's not reality. You don't need to fact check it.
But he begins by taking us back to the Y2K scare. You guys remember that? Of course, you remember the Y2K scare. I was actually scared. I was young. I was like, oh my gosh, I just want to die like this. I don't want to die just because...
Because I never wanted to be a mother anyway.
I don't want to die just because it's midnight. It's so funny. That's cute. I get her here, though. I took out a bunch of credit cards before the world ended in 2012 because what's Visa going to do to get the money back after the world ends? Fun fact, after 7 years in Canada, they legally can't mess up your credit to get the cash back. She shows a clip from this video, which is showing a clip of Joe Rogan, and I've just become keenly aware that now you're watching a clip of me react to a clip of Candace reacting to a clip from this channel, which is responding to a clip of Joe Rogan, and maybe I'm part of the problem. I'm not, but isn't it extremely self-aware and humble of me to even imply I might be? No.
The most famous? The Berenstain Bears. Millions remember it as Berenstain with an E. But every book says Berenstain with an A, and that's just the beginning.
If you're running a simulation and you go back and you change some variables and you run the simulation, lots of little things could be different along the way, right? You have many different possible paths.
You have glitches in the Matrix.
Exactly. You're now
Shut up.
in this timeline, but you remember. You have like a deja vu, or you have like a weird memory.
Okay, hold on. She's on to nothing. I absolutely adore the lack of accountability some people have. No, my memory couldn't be wrong. The entire universe must have shifted a letter, which makes a lot of sense. Human memories are infallible, and the universe has a thing for shifting letters. Or maybe it's just that at the age people were reading the Berenstain Bears, they weren't particularly concerned with the spelling on the books, the spelling in the books, or the spelling of the letters, as they were babies reading some of the ugliest books known to man. Stan, Jan, if those are even your real names, and they weren't changed from Sten and Jen. With all due respect, this looks like fucking shit. The real scandal is that those look like fucking rodents. And speaking of rodents, after sitting silently through 180 seconds of video, adding absolutely no value whatsoever, she chimes in to say that people who know that Pikachu had black on his tail are being silenced. An issue of the utmost importance to Candace, being the staunch Pokemaniac she is well known to be. And as with every time someone on the right says they're being silenced, she says it to her platform of 1 million people while being decidedly not silent.
But he definitely had black at the end of his
I know,
tail.
she never shuts the
Some of
fuck
these
up.
things just don't make any sense to me, and it's just amazing that we just sort of accept it and we just keep moving on. And when you start asking questions, they try to paint you with, no, don't ask the questions, just keep going on. Let's just pretend. Let's just pretend that, there was no cornucopia. Anyways, this brings us obviously to the CIA's Project Looking Glass.
That sequitur
uh-huh.
was extremely obviously, they changed Pikachu's design, which now brings us to CIA time travelers. Extremely connected in ways that I'm sure you understand, I'm sure. You might be wondering, how does the CIA do this? Well, in order to see into the future, you need to return to the
Jacob,
past. And to return
a
to the
Palantir.
past, you need to travel. And to travel, you need a passport. That means nothing, but it sounds wise,
They're
right?
$500.
Wrong.
This time, just like a lot of times before, they stole a device from the ancient Sumerian civilization that's located in modern day Iraq. Very advanced civilization. They're obsessed also with Egyptian civilization, as we discussed yesterday. The Satanists kind of taking and reintroducing these things. First, they keep them to themselves, they hoard these things, and then they kind of give us certain aspects of technology as time goes on. So they steal this piece of technology and they incorporate it into a computer, and suddenly they're apparently able to predict future outcomes.
For sure, she's talking about those like paper fortune teller things from my school. For sure, there's no way the CIA agents aren't sitting there being like, favorite color, BLU. You're gonna fucking die.
Because the about false memories or tech, it might explain why everything since 1999 feels frozen and artificial. Like we're on rails in a version of reality that wasn't meant to last this long.
No, it doesn't. You might need to consult your general practitioner and just have a check-in on what's been going on with you. I'm fairly certain the video she's watching was written by ChatGPT as well.
That was backed up, by the way, by a lot of different things. Mayan civilization, the calendar. Remember that whole scare? Why doesn't the calendar go beyond?
Why doesn't your fucking calendar go beyond, Candace? Every December, she's holding her calendar, shitting her pants, throwing up on her desk like, oh my god, what does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing. It means get a new fucking calendar. It means maybe somebody back in year 4 thought, there's no way we're all making it to the day Candace Owens is alive. Sometimes calendars just stop because they aren't meant to go on forever. That's why at the end of every year, I get a biblically accurate Angelus to snap the neck of mine.
To bring this back to my earlier point about all of these things that are happening or have happened that are seemingly inexplicable, it just lives inside of me that Charlie Kirk knew he was going to die.
I don't know how to tell you this, Candace, but everyone's gonna die, whether they know it or not. But most people actually are keenly aware of that. It is, in fact, the only guarantee made to people who are alive. One day, I might even die.
How was he even able to describe it as this tragic event? How did he know? How was he certain, by the way, as he said in those messages, that from the moment he signed onto the dotted line to begin Turning Point USA, he knew he was going to die. He knew his death was going to be related to Turning Point USA. That's not a coincidence, okay? It is completely absurd to have people go, I don't know, maybe just a coincidence. No, that's not a coincidence at all. Why did he know that I was going to defend him? Also, why did Charlie think he was a time traveler?
A relic!
He said, as I showed you in earlier messages,
drugs?
he was a time traveler and he had to find me. Is that just something people are saying to their homies in text messages?
Me poking a hornet's
Sure.
nest and claiming I'm clairvoyant or Claire Hornet because I see myself getting stung in the future.
I'm taking
Nobody
that.
is saying it's a coincidence that he died.
Engineer
Someone
this time.
shot him.
And I think we would all agree that his death and the manner that they did it changed the world in ways that I don't think we can fully realize, or certainly not in a way that I can articulate. You just cannot pretend that all of this is one big unhappy
Sure you can.
coincidence.
Also, nobody is saying that it's a coincidence that he was shot, but also in the gifted program. If it's not related or connected in literally any way, it's not a coincidence. It's just two random facts. It's not a coincidence when your mom likes Celine Dion and then she also dies one day. I don't even know that he was in the gifted program. So it's one fact and one claim. Coincidence? I don't think.
I think plausible. They knew something about Charlie, and that's why they had him marked and had him monitored and had him likely followed since he was young. And maybe they thought, the agents think, that if they swarmed him and they stayed with him and they pretended to be his friend, that ultimately they could control Charlie and perhaps change an outcome. They could literally change an outcome related to Charlie. And for the first time in his life, Charlie peeks his head up and starts to push back in a meaningful way. They couldn't stop him from becoming bigger. That seemed to be inevitable.
Yeah, well, that's
But
what
they
happens when
panicked.
you
They
have
seemed to have
multiple
panicked,
millionaires
right?
backing
I mean,
you.
this is just starting to happen within a year. Where Charlie's going like, hey, man, I don't actually think this. I don't actually believe this. And then he goes, you know what? Take the money. Take the money out of the organization. And they panicked. They freaked out. And their solution was, no, just kill him. Just kill him. We can't have this. This is not something that we are prepared to happen.
Okay.
The agents of the
Gandhi
Deep
wanted to
State
trade
are
great
losing
work.
a rabid pop figurine was arguing with children on campus. Why? What was he pushing back against? The one thing about conspiracy theorists is that their explanations always require so much more justification than reality does.
The more pressure they exert toward control, the more they spin out of it. Another example, lock them down at home. Make them wear a mask, right? Create COVID in a
Hey,
lab.
give me some
Make everybody sick.
iron real quick.
Force them to get the jab.
I'm only going to say this once.
10.
2 times. 1. Candace Owens is a robot. 2. Candace Owens is a robot, and don't
Iron?
make me repeat myself.
Yeah.
Because Candace Owens is a robot, it's hard to take her feelings about COVID to heart, because she's never had COVID, or a heart, or feelings.
Evil is really fun that way until it accidentally awakens the entire world.
I just need to make sure the city
Big
that I
Pharma is.
didn't care
Like, is this now
about the
everyone's going, is this
military
just
emergency.
a factory of poison?
God
Who's
damn it.
so Are they so evil? Have we just been giving our bodies over to quote unquote science?
Where do you expect quote-unquote science to get bodies if not given over by us?
What the
And you
fuck?
should
I'm so
absolutely be giving your body over to science
confused.
because I need to see your brain.
I literally
need to know that it
rewind the
exists,
tape.
because extraordinary
Okay.
claims require
I literally looked at this city and I said, oh, I can afford a swordsman. I just need iron for it. Took the 10 iron, swordsman's now gone, and it's only musketmen and men at arms.
Fantastic. You still need iron.
Yeah, but I can't afford the men at arms.
How much are they?
I need basically 100 gold
Huh.
for a man at arms.
extraordinary evidence. And after watching this, nothing short of her brain in an apothecary jar will convince me she has one. Girl needs a script because she cannot keep a thought in her head. In like 2 minutes, she jumps from clairvoyance to porn
he is
to
just
AI to
sending
the
heavy
Antichrist
chairs,
to
it says to me.
Babylonians worshipping the stars to an ad
They
read
even
that is
get those?
entirely inscrutable. No scrutes allowed.
No.
Obviously cannot know for certain
Only
what it is
the
they saw
advanced unit.
when they peered through into this looking glass. But I do have a They are positively obsessed with the Antichrist. I have spiritual discernment. Something about the entire AI movement feels wrong. Producing reports about Christ is King. Is that not just a waste of money? Why did they do that? Can we just revisit that? Why did It's the very reason they set about removing the Bible from creating Hollywood in general, which was supposed to mirror Babylonian culture, training us to worship stars. Think about this. I lost a job in part for saying
Using
that
the word
pornography
star.
is a spiritual weapon. Yeah, but it feels to me like it's the last squeals of a dying demon. When a woman sees her baby on an ultrasound, everything changes. Her baby's chance at life doubles, and for just $28, you can sponsor that ultrasound. Yeah, that's pdsdebt.com/Candace. Okay, so modern science kind of being run by Satanists, so obvious. Again, let's
What?
go back and watch our episode on the moon landing and the rituals that they were doing.
What?
Brain. Jar. Now, I love that science, the practice of testing and understanding the world around us, is just kind of being run by Satan. Kind of. Like he's a lab assistant or he consults occasionally when they're making a new vaccine. Like, hey, Satan, hey, we made a new vaccine. I think you're really going to love how diabolical this one is. It'll save millions of lives.
Okay, this took place. CERN discovers satanic human sacrifice taking place at the Large Hadron Collider grounds. Okay, satanic human sacrifice, it reads, has been staged on the grounds of the European
Oh my God.
Organization for
That's an
Nuclear
ONA
Research,
murder
the
that
home
happened
of
on the
Large
grounds.
Hadron Collider.
Wait,
She
what?
plays a clip of what's clearly a prank video with people in Amazon.com robes doing a cringe ritual sacrifice skit. But ask
Like, satanic whom, if this happened, right? This would be an ONA murder that just happened to happen.
This took place. CERN discovers satanic human sacrifice taking place at the Large Hadron Collider grounds. Okay.
Surely
Satanic
not.
human
Surely it's a
sacrifice, it
different
reads,
group. There's
has
no.
been staged on the grounds of the European Organization for Nuclear Research.
Okay, hang on.
Large Hadron
It does say
Collider,
staged, as
Satanist.
in it was a
Group.
fake video. You know, they're just
Old video wrongly
being like,
linked
we're
to
technically
CERN.
not lying. It said staged.
Old video wrongly linked to CERN to push satanic conspiracy theory.
There you go.
Old footage of an opening ceremony is being wrongly attributed to CERN to push a groundless conspiracy theory that the European Nuclear Research Center. Social media posts shared the video claimed it demonstrated the particle physics research center was linked to Satanism. Let's see whose
Epic.
post.
Well, like, I was looking at this Express thing and I saw a cross, but I just heard it and I was like, satanic human sacrifice, and I'm just like, I wonder, who does satanic human sacrifices? Because it wouldn't be actual scientists, people with lives. It would be, doofuses.
Losers, yeah.
And like in my head, I was imagining them just stumbling across because the ground would be like really big and empty, and they wouldn't even realize what it is that they're doing it on 'cause they're really stupid.
The home of the Large Hadron Collider.
She plays a clip of what's clearly a prank video with people in Amazon.com robes doing a cringe
Hey,
ritual sacrifice.
pause it for a second.
But ask the
You know what I was
question no one
thinking
else is
about?
willing to-
Because we're watching all those videos about the indigenous of Australia and how they have all these nations and they're tiny and shit. And I was thinking about it because someone was like, "Oh, you mean people who never interacted with each other and had different languages?" And it's like, shut the fuck up. Homogeneity doesn't mean anything.
Homo.
It just means that you
Means you're gay.
slaughtered everybody else to ensure that your group is the dominant group. But
Pretty
like,
sure it means you're a homo.
let's not talk about that. And I'm just sort of thinking, like, isn't England the exact same? What, the indigenous groups of England the exact fucking same? Separate language groups, they're called Britons,
Breton.
right? So Britain native language groups. So I just wanted to like point this out, right? Celtic Britons, okay? Celtic Britons. So these are the indigenous people of the British Isles, okay? The Celtic Britons. They were, well, okay, so there seems to be 3 mainly distinct regions.
Yeah, that's. I'm pretty sure Brittany in France is one of them.
Okay. So it says ancient Britain was made up of tribes and many tribes and kingdoms associated with various hill forts. The Britons followed an ancient Celtic religion overseen by Druids. Some of the southern tribes had strong links with mainland Europe, especially the Gaul and
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Belgica?
This is the Gaul.
and minted their own coins. The Roman Empire conquered most of Britain in the 1st century, creating a province of Britannia. The Romans invaded North Britain, but the Brittonic tribes, such as the Caledonians and Picts in the north, remained unconquered. I think the Picts are the Scottish, correct?
But like, that's why there's Germanic roots, and then there's the English roots. Because the Germanic tribes are going back to the Gauls and shit.
Yep.
And
Pictish language.
The Celtic nations.
So Pictic language is the most common or the most related to Common Brittonic. Right. So the reason I'm bringing this up for the 3 people that are watching, is that just to point out that indigenous peoples everywhere are the exact same. Like when it comes to the way that they're set up, they're small, individual, isolated groups, generally with unique language that have very limited interaction with other groups. Hence, unique languages. Like it's like it's like these people don't comprehend that as the globe got more connected, there was more languages lumped into universality. Like there are official languages now. You can't just go around and be like, that's a fucking random language I've never heard before. Generally, unless you're going, I feel like Africa probably has a few of these random fucking dialects that still exist. You know what I mean? Some uncontacted tribes in the fucking
A lot of that's the thing is
Amazon.
It's so Americanized thinking. You can tell where the fascism comes from because the rural languages exist in all of Europe.
Yeah.
there is, I'm not sure, have I shown it to you? Like, there's people who speak Irish English. It's a dialect, right? And there's like,
Is that like the shillelagh guy that you can barely understand?
no, it's like older than that,
Older than that?
I think. Let me see if I'm oh, I hit X on that
Uh-oh.
instead of the plus. Where's the recently closed? um, rural.
I was trying not to burp
English.
extremely loudly.
Okay, let's see if I found it. It might be the actual, it's an older dialect of the Irish language itself.
Mhm.
And I'm just remembering it wrong. Found it. It's called Yola.
Yola. Okay.
Yeah. So I found something.
But yeah, anyway, so just to further go on about what I was talking about while John finds that, that like the tribes specific, I'm using specifically England, but yes, obviously, throughout most of medieval Europe, you would have smaller groups with individual languages and all that shit, and they've just sort of coalesced. I mean, look at Russian, right? Look at Russian and the Cyrillic languages. I don't even know what language group that is, but like that kind of language, the Serbian, the Romanian, the Russian, the Ukrainian, I don't think Polish. Polish is something different, but all those sort of Cyrillic languages, they definitely didn't all come together at once. That's not a native language. The Cyrillic is obviously like an imposition of imperialism.
Yit muslar had bahol, it was by we Tomin, at by me's look was in pit to drive in. Jowd and Maud Vrem Merchietta was Elok, Zich Vaprin and Shimrin, Fanny Daffar Erscott, Zich Blankin and Blaine, Fanny Ball was Edro, shot while our aim was to use ne'er a blow.
If you don't know Irish, you might expect that snatch of traditional song was
This must be like something they changed the color on to avoid copyright, I assume.
Interesting. Cyrillic script was literally created for Slavic people for the
Hey
church.
folks, I have been trying to record this video.
That happens a
There
lot.
you go. There you go. So,
On an
further
absolutely
reinforcing
fast-
my point. Further reinforcing my point that languages are manufactured and natural languages are destroyed, showing that these people are so unfathomably fucking ignorant to the fact that the indigenous people of Australia are literally no different to the indigenous people of anywhere else. And crazy concept, people develop at different speeds depending on what they need.
Also,
and if
like-
the Aboriginals never needed to develop anything further than what they had because the country was large and had
I
plenty
think
of
when
food.
you look at Ireland, like, and these people begin to understand Ireland and stop doing that, well, the Irish were slaves too, to justify their racism, and actually look at the history of Ireland, there's a lot of interesting lessons to be learned here. Like, these people didn't disappear. Like, they integrated and assimilated. There's literal recognized First Nations in America and Canada that are settlers that came over early and didn't have a permanent settlement and integrated and became like a mixed race distinct nation group, right? So like these people, the Yola people, like it was it was recognized as English at the time. It had elements of many languages, like how we borrow plenty words from other languages that are not English words.
Yes.
And sometimes not even like Spanish or French or any romantic language. It could be something completely different. Like, you know, the, like, bikini is, I believe, how the people referred to their island in the Bikini Atoll. You know?
Okay.
So, like, these words are just borrowed over time anyway. So, the difference here is, like, while there was a history of, like, awful persecution in Ireland, the Irish people are thriving today. That's you know,
Except they're becoming a little
white-
fascist.
no, they're not. That's some white privilege. You know what I mean?
All the protests in favor of ISIS, not ISIS, but targeting Muslims and in favor of Israel, Northern Ireland.
No. There's a political duopoly just like anywhere else.
Sure. But I would have thought that because of Irish history that they'd be inclined to vote for not those people. And I would think that they'd be inclined to not be trade partners with Israel, even though they're the second biggest trade partner for Israel. Considering that the Irish are very big proponents of human rights and love to support people like the Palestinians.
But also,
it's very interesting that they're
do
like...
me a favor.
Go on.
Just Google, when did Ireland legalize abortion, and who was the politician in Ireland that led the charge to lead the legalization of abortion in Ireland? And let me know when you have both of those facts for me. Well, I play this.
Daily topic all week. So it's about the history of Yola, a lost language in Ireland.
2018.
But it's been a really hectic week, and I haven't had a chance to sit down in front of a camera, but I was passing through Collins Barracks here in Dublin, and I was thinking, where better to record a video on history than this amazing complex. Today it's home to the National Museum of Ireland, but up until 1922 it was known as
a woman
the Royal
died
Barracks.
after
It was built
getting
back around
refused abortion.
Yeah,
and
but
that's
who was
what
the
sparked this.
politician who led?
It took 6 years for them to put this through. I'm getting there. Signed by Michael Higgins.
No, that's just the.
Introduced by Simon Harris.
Just
Simon
look up
Harris
politicians who
is
led the movement to get abortion legalized.
Fine Gael politician serving Minister of Finance, having served. I'm pretty sure it's this guy. I've got
No.
the guy who introduced it.
No, that's. I'm not saying the people who introduced it. The people who were the champions of pushing the bill,
Oh.
like, who were strong proponents and advocated for people to pass it.
Who lobbied for in Ireland?
Just type in politicians who helped abortion become legal in Ireland.
It would be much faster if you look this up.
Oh, you'll know when you find it.
Like, you keep giving me incredibly long search terms that are going to give me incredibly vague shit.
Well, you know, it's an adventure.
the start of the 18th century, so around the year 1700. But had you been in Dublin back then, and if you had ventured south to County Wexford and went to a place called Forth
I still hadn't
and
finished
Bargy,
my little rant.
you would have heard a language that you would not understand. It wasn't Irish, and it certainly wasn't the English that you would understand. I'm going to explain that a bit more. You're going to hear the language that it might have sounded a bit like, and you'll see how different this language was. It was basically the remnants of an old medieval language that had survived in this place, Forth and Bargy, long after it had died out elsewhere.
Is
And
it
you're
that
going to hear
fucking?
from a man
Is it
called
that
Sasha
Irish
Santini, who's
tanky
an ex-
cunt?
Yeah.
Of course it is. I mean, that's not a
She doesn't
surprise.
come up when I Google it, but like her push to legalize abortion was a big reason she ended up being elected to the EU.
Ah, okay.
Because she was like seen as a face constant, like, because like you've seen her Julian Assange speech, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's hard, like, you can see, like, it's like, damn, like, she's like, you can kind of like what she's saying right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you get to the Assad didn't use chemical weapons type shit. The further down you go.
Yeah.
So, like, she probably always genuinely wanted abortion legal in the country, but she also probably was a fucking shill for the fucking Russian interest in the country from the beginning too. And it's like, that's kind of what happens, is you catapult yourself on the backs of issues, and then you get in. I mean, look at Trump's entire cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. He's so sleepy. He's on his bowl eating and his eyes are barely open.
Expert on the history of Yola. And look, I'm going to let Sasha explain what exactly the language was.
So Yola was a variant of Middle English, which just happened to survive in a small area of Ireland.
Now you might think, look, it's Middle English, how different can it be? So I asked Sasha if someone from Dublin around the year, like say 1700, 1750, had ventured down to Forth and Bargy, could they have understood the language? And this is what he said.
Would certainly have had difficulty understanding a Yola speaker. The Dublin speaker might have picked out some words here and there, but would have had difficulty understanding it, yes.
Now, we don't have any recordings of Yola, but I was able to track down this recording of Middle English. It's from MIT, the university in the US, and you're going to hear someone reading out Middle English. And this just gives you a sense of how different it might have been. It's much more different than you're imagining. I would challenge you to pick out a single word that this person says in this recording.
Sithen the sage and the Assat was saced at Troy, the Borg Britned and Brent to Brundus and Ascus, the tulk that the Tromus of Trazen there wrought was treated for his treachery.
So one of the most intriguing things about Yola is how it died out. And this is where a pretty...
Said somebody was tried for their treachery. Is what they said. Those were all, like, a lot of those were English words we use today. They were just pronounced extremely different. Right?
Yeah.
You heard tried for his treachery, right?
I think so.
Sithen the sage and the Assat was saced at Troy, the Borg Britned and Brent to Brundus and Ascus, the tulk that the Tromus of Trazen there wrought was treated for his treachery.
So one of the most intriguing things about Yola is how it died out. And this is where a pretty notorious figure, a man called Oliver Cromwell, enters our story.
There we go.
Sasha is going to explain how Cromwell played a part in the decline of Yola. He's notorious for his invasion of...
See, this is exactly what I was, like, getting to. It's like I didn't remember the exact history behind this language going extinct. And, like, it's extremely relevant for people to understand that this, like, literally happened continuously in European history as well.
Ireland in 1649, and that would be one of the things that would trigger a decline of Yola, as Sasha now explains.
In 1649, of course, Oliver Cromwell besieged and sacked the town of Wexford, and the subsequent plantations saw a large number of outside settlers being introduced to Fortenberry.
Now, it's very possible that beneath this video, YouTube will recommend a video that claims to have someone speaking Yola on it. But I asked Sasha, when did the language kind of cease to exist? When did people stop speaking it? And as he's going to explain now, it's much longer than people think, and certainly there isn't anyone that was ever recorded speaking the language, and it certainly isn't on YouTube. But here Sasha explains when did people stopped speaking the language in Forth and Bargy.
It's very probable that Yola died out sometime in the mid-18th century, but that it clung on longer in certain areas within certain families or in the speech of individuals for another century or so.
Now, if you want to hear a much longer conversation between myself and Sasha about the history of Yola, where we tease apart the complexity of the language, a lot of the
So, hear what he said there? Someone from Dublin going to another part of the country, and they wouldn't have been able to understand what that person was saying.
Yeah.
What does that sound like?
You tell me.
Also, like, look at the Algonquin language group and how many people spoke Algonquin dialects.
That's true, because that was only in the northeast, and then they got wiped out, did they not? The Algonquin speakers, they got wiped out, no?
No. They're still around.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, here you go. Here's a map.
Okay.
Right? And then the Iroquois language is right here. So remember, people came up from down here and integrated into the Iroquois and still spoke the same language. So this mountain range kind of divides that language group. And then clearly, like, the lakes are the main spreader of the common Algonquin. And then you have the coastline being a spreader of the other common Algonquin. And then out here is the plains, right? There's really nothing. There's no forest to navigate or anything like that. You can get pretty far out there. But that's what led to even patches being there.
Just because they moved?
So, like, these were all different nations. And, like, even inside Algonquin, this is a language that's going to have dozens of different tribes and language groups within it. These are just like the common, but like I couldn't tell you if all of these people could understand each other. I don't know enough about the language, but like we have fucking regional dialects to this day. Like, how do people think that it was before mass communication? Like, before there was even, like, radio and recordings and any of that. Like, what do you think happened?
Satanic human sacrifice.
Shut up, Clandis. Okay. Anything else?
No, I mostly just wanted to talk about the fact that indigenous people everywhere around the world had limited contact with other indigenous groups. Obviously, there are exceptions. Look at the Mayans. Look at South America. All of those groups seem to have a lot of interaction with each other. Those plants moved all the way up the Americas. Like, that might be the only exception.
But that's, like, even in the Aboriginals, like, the fishing techniques came down from, like, people in Asia and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, the people were So like there would be back when the what are their fucking names? The fucking colossal head people.
Easter Island, the Rapa Nui.
No. That's a different culture. Colossal head, South American culture.
Oh.
It's also in Civ.
They like big heads?
Yeah, they're.
Who are
But
the
the
Machu
colossal-
Picchu people?
They're post-Mayan as well.
Post-Mayan, okay.
Olmec.
Ah, yes.
So the Olmecs were like the first like recognized civilization in the Americas, but there was humans throughout the region, right?
Yeah.
So like as hunter-gathering techniques expanded and people learned those techniques, settlements began to grow among like people who transitioned from hunting and gathering to agriculture.
Yes.
But still, like, even like domestication of animals is rare. That was more of a South American thing. But like even these like some of these ancient civilizations may have been more organized than the entire like Aboriginal group, but
yeah.
Couldn't tell you.
Has been staged on the grounds of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, the home of the Large Hadron Collider.
She plays a clip of what's clearly a prank video with people in Amazon.com robes doing a cringe ritual sacrifice skit, but asks the question no one else is willing to ask. What if it weren't a skit? Which is a really thought-provoking question if you never think unless provoked. But it isn't thought-provoking, it's thought-revoking. And again, not connected to anything to do with Charlie Kirk. Despite her thinking, and I use that term lightly, this serves as evidence for her lightning time traveler theory. These people are making fun of the fact that conspiracy theorists are always prattling on about CERN opening portals for aliens or creating black holes that suck the stain out of Daddy Bear. She asks, how did they get that statue there? The answer, which is literally on the CERN fact, is that it and many other statues and art pieces were donated and are on the property. So she wonders, if they can get away with making you believe this skit isn't real, can they make you believe other things that are fake aren't real?
Sure, why not?
Could they convince us that the unfounded satanic panic was unfounded? That the basement in
cleared that
Comet
Bob
Ping Pong
camp
that
again.
didn't have a basement didn't exist? And the answer is no, they can't, because clearly
got my
people
t-
believe
my
nonsense
governor
just because they want to.
idols.
Because thinking they have a direct line to some esoteric
I
knowledge.
can't see
That's a cute name
her
for a girl.
settling.
This is my daughter,
She settles.
Eric. It's short for esoteric. Because
She
thinking they have a
settles
direct line
on
to some esoteric knowledge makes
this
them
one
feel like they
here.
aren't stupid.
I put attack where she's gonna settle. Can you maybe send some guys over just to body block her? Oh, I'm sorry, Gandhi, body block him.
I'm working on it.
Because if we can prevent him from, okay.
I got
I'll
a
take
full
your money.
plate over here. Okay? That's all jungle. I will be able to
I know.
move one tile at a time through it.
I know.
I don't have any production and economy on this side of my mountains.
Fair enough.
These are just starter cities.
That's right. I got an extra military policy. That's great. 100% industrial adjacency bonus. Yes, please. Extra 50 production. Thank you. The fuck was that?
Mind your own business.
Finally. Good job, Knight. Fuck off, line infantry. Get the fuck out of
Worthless
there.
cogs in a machine intent on grinding them into dust. The conspiracy theory becomes a lifeline, a way to reclaim significance in a world where they feel powerless or irrelevant. When you're convinced you've uncovered the real truth about vaccines, election fraud, or shadowy globalist cabals, you're no longer just another forgotten worker in a dying town. You're another forgotten warrior for truth, someone who sees what the sheeple in your dying town cannot. The right-wing ecosystem has become particularly adept at weaponizing this need for meaning. From QAnon to anti-vax movements to election denialism, these theories provide simple, emotionally satisfying explanations for complex problems that actually stem from systemic issues like wealth inequality, corporate power, and democratic dysfunction. But acknowledging those structural problems requires confronting uncomfortable truths about capitalism and power, and it's much easier to believe that vaccines contain microchips, which they don't. My son Chip. It's micro for microchip. These narratives preserve the existing order while redirecting anger towards scapegoats, immigrants, scientists, liberal elites, anyone but the actual concentration of power. The tragic irony is that while conspiracy believers think they're rebelling against the machine, they're often being fed these theories by grifters, opportunistic politicians, and media figures who profit from their alienation.
So
While the
true,
sense of
Queen.
community found in
Pop
conspiracy
off.
spaces is real. It's built on foundations of paranoia and misinformation that isolate believers further from reality and
It's
potential
true.
solidarity with others facing similar struggles. They become easier to manipulate, not harder. They become convinced they're free thinkers while marching
Yep.
in lockstep with whatever narrative they hear on X, the everything including CSAM app, decides to feed them next. Armed militia are murdering innocent people and hunting civilians in their country, and they're shitting themselves because they think Satanists are trying to make them watch Stranger Things. And they simply can't think of a fate worse.
Same people who hate Candace love Stranger Things. Same government, just fake and gay.
So true. So true. Meanwhile, Candace over here is cashing in on this shit with 5 fucking sponsors in this 55-minute video.
I don't want to use products where I am guessing what's in them or wondering why the brand suddenly seems to have shifted overnight, which is exactly why I also want to tell you guys about Field of Greens, because most people do not look forward to their annual physical because they're nervous about what the doctor might find.
On top of the sponsors, also merch. Merch that, quite frankly, looks like fucking shit. Unlike my merch, which is cute as hell.
I don't think any of this stuff is conspiracy. I think it's just fact, and they've been editing all of our history, and now we're going to kind of learn a lot about what's been hidden.
No, you're not. You wouldn't be able to find something hidden if it wasn't hiding at all. You're going to pontificate about a lot of shit that hasn't happened and won't happen, and then you're going to cash your cute, huge check and laugh as the people who you mislead fall further into their own personal hells, influenced and exacerbated by your unhinged nonsense grifter rhetoric. Basically, the rest of her videos are replying to fan comments, and since none of that has anything to do with me, I'm no longer interested. I'm currently working on a few investigations, so if you want to follow along with those and get secret information not available anywhere else, you can sign up for a membership on Patreon or YouTube and see them happening live on my members Discord. Please do. We have fun. Sharing the video.
Let me start with the Jake Lang protest, because that is very interesting. Okay, so Jake Lang had that white supremacist protest. His plan was to literally explicitly stated to burn a Quran, march from downtown Minneapolis, march into Somali neighborhoods, openly harass them, aggressively harass them, and burn a Quran.
Hang on, back up a little bit. First of all, I think what you just said is really important, because let's remember the reason that Trump and Miller chose Minnesota is specifically because of the Somali American community there, because they don't like Ilhan Omar, whatever the hell else, right? And they don't like Tim Walz. You're saying this guy, Jake Lang, who is he? Because actually, I didn't know who he was. Explain to me.
Yeah,
So
because he's not.
He assaulted police officers
He's
and was
not
jailed for January 6th. Trump pardoned him.
Need to know guy.
And I had met him one time before because I was thrown out of CPAC with Jake Lang. Jake Lang, they did a sweep at CPAC. I was there with a press pass, and they swept it, kicked out all the progressive influencers, journalists, and kicked out the J6 people. So the rank and file of the MAGA movement does not like them, because they're kind of like the useful idiots, right? Publicly they're like, oh yes, we love them. Privately they're like, get these people out of there. So that was the first one. The second time was at the rally. He does this. He goes and he's done it. He's went into Dearborn, Michigan, and burnt a Quran, and he's gone into and
Seems like a cool guy.
aggressively gone into neighborhoods and called for them to be deported regardless of citizenship. Promotes the Great Replacement theory, all of that stuff.
Which, and my first question when I heard that there was like this, pardon J6er influencer burning the Quran, I'm like, wait a minute, did you just not get hired by ICE? What happened?
Yeah. You're like, bro, like just, go apply for ICE. I don't understand. I mean, it's a growth industry, right? Like, I don't understand why you can't just
growth
go and
industry.
apply for ICE. Because he would have been treated a lot differently. I mean,
Well, let's play
the way-
some clips then, because I really want to play can I play them? And then you can explain.
Let's go.
So
Yeah.
he goes to do, I guess, this stunt. And obviously he meets, I don't know if you've seen this guy, Walter Masterson, who is just incredible at live trolling. Here you are in his face.
I'm with the incel, Nick, Jeremy Lang. What's your body count, man? Jake Lang. What's Jeremy, though? It's Jeremy. What's it like being a virgin? When was the last time you legally touched a vagina? Nick, Jake Lang has never legally touched a vagina.
Do not touch. Do not touch.
When was the last time you've legally touched a vagina, Jake?
Do not touch.
So Jake, I've been talking to ICE officers trying to explain where the clitoris is. So do you need help finding the clitoris? Jake Lang, where's the clitoris? People want to know.
Okay.
That's great.
It's incredible. I don't even think he had the room to try to throw a punch, but he heard you. You're up in his ear. And I'm just like, he's deciding not to start with you. Do you think that's because he was actually surrounded by people who hated his guts and didn't have much support? Tell me how that all played out.
Okay, so he brought a significant crew with him, and he normally rolls deep. And so first off, let's get foundational. Normally at these rallies, they show up and the police surround them and protect them from everyone else. That is how they have historically went. If you're an activist and you've been to protests like these people have some type of legal permit and they have protection from the local police.
Interesting.
Right?
That's somehow not how it works when any progressive or leftist gets a permit for their protest.
It can work, but we know. So that's how I was expecting it to go down. Now, just to set the scene for you, this is the home of the George Floyd protests and Minneapolis. So Fry and Walz were under tremendous public pressure to make sure that to protect private property.
Mm-hmm.
What do we know about the police? They are there to protect private property.
Mm-hmm.
So we went. So there was lots of PD there. There was SWAT teams, but it was on the perimeter. Okay, they never entered They never entered inside to protect Jake Lang. They stayed on the perimeter for blocks, making sure that there was no rioting, looting, windows smashed in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that was the key fundamental difference. He did not have the police backing him up. He had his people, but Minneapolis was over it. Like, there were a lot of people there that were not activists. They were just locals that heard about this and said, absolutely not. I'm coming to throw hands.
You gotta love that.
Here's where things got a little crazy, and Jake is just clearly needs to be extracted, but cannot be, and there's even more drama I'll play for you.
Copyright.
Yeah, that was the first sledge. So he comes
The first
off.
ledge, he's like push up against a wall here.
So this is how it played out. The video you saw with Jake and I was talking to him. the crowd pushes us both against the wall. I'm going, oh, I'm gonna get crushed. He and I both climb up onto that ledge together. I'm like, and it was surreal. I was like, what is happening? Jake is now trapped on this ledge with me. He is like, so I'm calling him an incel. He can't go anywhere. And it was hilarious. So he cannot go anywhere. He's trapped on the ledge with me. He's screwed.
Trapped in the closet.
So he's it got like very rowdy to the point where I was like, all right, I gotta go.
Can you
like,
click that link?
people
in, chat?
in the crowd don't recognize me. They don't know who is with who.
Yes.
This is getting dangerous. They don't know what side I'm with, you know, whatever. He had his people with him that were very, you know, aggressive and all that, ready to scrap,
link?
but they were just wildly outnumbered.
The one in the chat.
I thought mistakenly that he came there to he was expecting to get beaten up.
Let's see if it's anything.
And that was
Right, sort of his little Nancy Mace punch me in the face so I can make this a thing moment.
He was genuinely shocked, which was a little. I was like, oh, like,
They're not the smartest.
I was like, oh well, you're really not ready for this. Like, wow, okay, like, because he's done this before.
It's
and this is the first time.
Tim Walz
there's like a
deploying
few
Minnesota's
counter
National Guard
protesters. This time
to
there was
where
like
ICE and
1,000.
CBP are.
Right.
The black
And
guy,
by the way,
Members of
audio
National
is-
Guard
I
are
think it
handing
was
out
people
donuts and
maybe
coffee to
listening to the podcast
protesters.
just heard that, but it's
Epic.
him like completely swallowed by the crowd and stormed, and he looks like he's got a paintball stain on him. Someone threw shit at him.
Look at the chat.
My jacket and my backpack are ruined. Someone like was they were paint balloons, and then his people were like spraying pepper spray. So I was like, I gotta go before I get pepper sprayed and punched in the face. And then so
It
so I
doesn't
got
end there though, because
No.
can I play this video of the two women who apparently Jake's people ditched him because he
no, they
ran.
were beaten up. No, they didn't. Well, ditch is like means that they got to voluntarily.
No way.
No, they got. Everyone was busy individually getting their ass kicked. That was
beautiful. See, I need video of that. I mean, it sounds very beautiful, and I'm happy that it doesn't seem like anyone was severely hurt. But Jake seems to have tried to seek refuge, of all places, in the car of
trans
two
woman.
women, and one of them seems to be trans.
trans
So
woman's car. Yeah.
who maybe saved his life? Take a look at this.
Like what the is what all this shit that's going on is such bullshit. I'm low-key scared for our country, and it sucks that it's starting in Minnesota, but like I do not support that. They're bullying, they are bad people, they're ripping apart families. Don't with it. This guy, still don't even know his full name. Jake is all I know. And apparently
He's a horrible freaking person.
the horrible people that apparently I'm sure a lot of you guys do know about, but I had never heard of him. We see him run up to our car and he's like, can I please get in? Can I please get in? Like, they hurt me so bad, da 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 da. That's all the context we have. So in our heads, it's like, oh my God, like, was he just attacked by ICE? Like,
We
he was
thought
in the
ICE was
protest?
after him, so we're like, okay, whatever, like hop in the freaking car real quick. And then all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of people coming here and storming us and like beating up the car, ruining the car, pulling this dude out. Like, what is
like
going on?
surrounding the car from every single angle. And yeah, we had no idea what we was getting ourselves into. It's just like we saw an injured man, so like obviously we're gonna help because we're not bad people. Where was his like limo? If everyone knows him and he travels the country, like, or like where's your like, you ain't got like people with you? Why was he like literally by himself? Like what? I don't
he's
even.
stupid.
What is the thought process there?
Because he's stupid and he likes attention and he thinks it's cool. And
He's
it's
so
not cool.
lucky we stopped for him.
Dude.
He's so lucky we did not know who he was because I'm sorry, but like you're for the streets.
No,
we're
my-
letting the
my door
wolves
is
have
locked.
you next time.
We'll look from in here and watch you get beat up and then go along our way and not be a part of this.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, so they didn't know who he was and everything. No, but that was so he ran into a hotel and then he ran out the exit door and then into their car because the hotel was mobbed. And so like that was people like went around the back of the hotel and
Fucking dinging me.
chased
You
him
wanted
as he
to
got
click the
exit.
fucking link.
Like the hotel. I'm sorry, are you staying here? So like
I will take longer
here's
if
the
you
thing.
continue doing it.
The police were nowhere to be found because they were busy protecting private property. We need to understand that, like, so capitalism screwed him over in this situation. Normally, they always get a police escort.
Vote to block
This
trade
time,
routes to Gandhi.
The governor and the mayor had a huge emphasis on protecting private property, open, because businesses in that area were shut down in anticipation of this counter-protest.
Right.
So I went to go get coffee at this like well-reviewed place. No, that was closed. There's like another place, like restaurants were closed.
Walter's like, I was gonna do another piece of content, where I have a very good-looking latte and smugly look in the camera, and it was just closed. Well, I actually kind of love.
Here's the best part. Though.
Yes.
So here,
Minnesota has always
there
been
is
known
this
for
just-
beating up white supremacists and resisting the KKK. That's part of why Trump is targeting them. You remember the Baldies? Well, I mean, like, we were laughing at what was the Falun Gong media we were looking at? They had a whole like documentary they made on how like the communists from Somalia came in the 70s to like underpin the country. Do you remember that shit?
I'm not listening. I'm
great
looking at the link.
Great, love it.
Okay. I'll show you why I'm not listening.
I mean, to call them a mob is an understatement. I would just call them just a school of piranhas running through these people. Like, and some of them are activists. Some
Look
of
at the
them
screen.
are not. They're just
Okay.
locals that were like, I am done with this nonsense, right? And he's out here saying, Minnesota needs more state violence. So he's like,
Can you like take
he's
potential
instigating at,
disinfo
like,
off
a
the screen?
15. So he gets beaten up. His entire crew.
That's what I'm
beaten up,
trying to
beaten,
figure
like,
out. This is why I'm not
everyone is
listening,
handled.
because I'm trying to find
And then
confirmation. This is the link
part.
you
If
wanted me to
anyone
click.
has this on tape, please send this to me, please. It was like a bad comedy. There was like this entire mob moving this way, right? This MAGA guy shows up late, no idea what's happening. He comes in from the rear. He is wearing a Border Patrol jacket, MAGA hat, and it has a megaphone, and he announces to this school of piranhas that Trump deports retards. All of you have to go. And this is literally as they have been.
Bro's
like,
about to get
as,
deported.
Like, they're chasing you out. This entire mob just turns around like, "I'm sorry, what?" And he's like, "Did I stutter?" And like, literally, he could not have chosen a worse time to enter. He wasn't part of their group.
This is a sitcom. This is a fucking sitcom.
Oh,
I'm sorry. All the retards gotta go.
yeah. All of you, like Trump's out here deporting retards, and you got all the retards. That means all of you got to go, all the liberals, and proceeds to just start talking to a mob that is like just salivating for like human flesh at this point, right? Within a minute, this like cloud envelops him. His jacket's gone, hat gone, his megaphone gone, and he spit out the other side. It was like, and I was like,
it's a cartoon, dude.
It is a cartoon. I was like, this is the greatest timing I've ever seen for him to show up like, and
I love it.
And I mean, like, to show up, and I mean, God bless him. He announced to an entire
sure, yeah,
group of people. He announces, and yeah, he heard about it. And was
He's
like,
all alone. It's amazing. And then, of course, he probably tried to get in the getaway car of another trans woman. What's going on, Frantifa? If you haven't already, subscribe to this channel.
Here with me now is U.S. Border Patrol Commander-at-Large Greg Bobino. Thank you for being here. Sir, you are still in Minneapolis, and I want to get to a lot of questions that we have that are unanswered. First and foremost is that Alex Preddy approached Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. I want to go back to one of the videos, and I know you can see it there, and I want to ask you about what you're seeing, because multiple angles of this incident show him holding up a cell phone and recording it, not a gun. Did he at any point pull out his weapon?
Dana, good morning, and thanks for having me. The weapon, and we do know that the suspect did bring a weapon, a loaded 9mm.
Hey, Greg, not what she asked. Not even close to what she just asked you. Try again.
High-capacity handgun to a riot. We do know that.
I love high capacity handgun. You mean a handgun?
I love it when they say high capacity. Like, oh, you mean the standard magazine?
As far as what happened in that intervening moment.
Is it 1911 high capacity?
That you just showed.
No.
Oh, okay.
That's gonna come to light through the investigation.
That one
pretty sure. Pretty
that
sure
one
it
gets
has
through the cutoff.
7 rounds, maybe 9.
Okay, but the Homeland Security Secretary is not waiting for that investigation to take place before saying that Alex Preddy was, quote, brandishing a weapon. Let's go to video 7 because, of course, you know this far better than I. The definition of brandishing is waving or flourishing something, especially a weapon, as a threat or an anger and excitement. That's just a still photo of what Alex Preddy appears to be holding. There is nothing that we have seen that showed him, as Secretary Noem said, brandishing a weapon. Have you, sir, seen something different to support what the Secretary said?
Dan, I think what we need to take a look at here is the situation in its totality. What happened leading up to this situation? The suspect decided to inject him.
Greg, what she was just asking you is that they said that he brandished the so-called high-capacity handgun. And so she was just asking you, before this altercation, there's a phone in his hand. At any point, did he actually brandish the handgun? And you dodged the question again, Greg. Not what she asked.
Himself into a law enforcement action. What's not being said here is the fact that Border Patrol agents and law enforcement were conducting a targeted law enforcement effort against a violent, illegal alien that...
Yeah. Well, I took like I literally only didn't even have to read one sentence before I was like, extraordinary claims. Like,
yes.
If it's true, we'll know it's true. There's no point to even look about it. Like, if you remember, I also knew Ukraine was being invaded like an hour before that news went public. And I didn't say anything because I would rather not be wrong when I make critical calls like that.
Was nearby, and that suspect injected himself into that law enforcement situation with a weapon. And what happened between when that situation first came about and the shooting, that's going to be investigated, and we're going to get to the facts of that.
Well, you said yesterday that this looks like a situation where the individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. What evidence do you have that he wanted to massacre law enforcement? Because all the videos that we have, and I do want to, we just have a still shot up now, but I do, control room, want to play one of the other videos. Let's play video number 1 again.
Bro, the lower third is gigantic, and all they wrote on it in the smallest font is DHS claims without evidence Preddy wanted to massacre law enforcement, as she's asking him for that evidence. Like, prove it that this is what his intent was.
Mm-hmm. We're just no video. We're just silence.
What are you doing?
I don't have control of the videos.
Okay. You don't have the ability to use your voice?
It's funny. Do political parties in America use the Nationalist Day to garner support? Like, are they like, oh, wear Republican gear, wear MAGA hats to show how pro-America you are? Is that something that happens?
I mean, with MAGA, yes, but like, the American flag culture is already the most toxic flag culture.
Yeah. They already fucking settled.
It's rebelling.
I know, it was rebelling last time too.
Yeah, but now I actually have something to push them.
You settled there as well. Why did
Yeah.
you settle where I was going to put my shit?
I just told you I need that because my city was rebelling. Because of Indonesia. I told you that I needed to settle where you had Berlin. I literally had that conversation with you.
So why don't you just take the city-state? Wouldn't that fix the problem?
I'm in a war with Vladimir Lenin and the Congo. I can't go just take a city-state. I don't have...
Annex it.
I don't have gunpowder. It's Geneva. I don't have fucking suzerainty of it.
What do you mean? It's Kabul.
Kabul.
It has
Oh,
a population
that one?
of 6. Wouldn't that solve your population problem?
No, it's this city down here next to Indonesia that's the issue.
Yeah, the Mariv one, right?
No.
Ah. Need to be more specific. What did I get? Computers again. Nice. It just gave me computers. I like computer.
What'd you get, a great scientist or something? Or
Yeah. Or engineer, I think.
It doesn't look anything like he's trying to massacre law enforcement. In fact, he was filming, and then it looked like he was trying to help another individual there who was pushed down by law enforcement, and then they went after him.
In fact, I believe that the fantastic training that our law enforcement partners have, the fact that they're highly trained, prevented any specific shootings of law enforcement. So good job for our law enforcement in taking him down before he was able to do
That
that.
one.
And again, Dana, let's look at why he was there in the first place. Was he simply walking by and just happened to walk into a law enforcement situation and try to direct traffic and stand in the middle of the road and then assault, delay, and obstruct law enforcement? Or was he
I need
there
to
for a
try
reason?
and
Did he fall victim?
need to try and get Hamburg built up to basically get it. I like it's already at 8.
Bro.
Like it's moving pretty quick. But if I can get this, I reckon I can outpopulate this city and pressure Patna here as well.
Bavino just said that basically that the dude is dead because he has TDS.
Awesome. That's great. That's so cool.
Waltz. Look, Dana, they're trying to portray Border Patrol agents and ICE agents as Gestapo, Nazi, and
Greg Bavino's history with ICE. Let me tell you. Specifically, and other people around him are the ones saying this, specifically noting his cruelty towards children and his escalation of violence and tactics in raids. So, kind of a piece of shit. Sounds like that to me.
Certainly does.
Did this individual fall victim, as many others have,
Okay,
to that type of heated rhetoric?
I want to stay focused on this incident right now because what you were saying is that he went there to try to stop this law enforcement operation. All of the video that we have seen shows him documenting it with his cell phone, which is a lawful thing to do.
Okay, I'm just gonna move my city over
When they
to
went after him, when he
two
was trying to help
things.
an
So,
individual who law enforcement pushed down. So
will that
where do you
be
have the evidence to show that he
if I
was trying
settled
to
it there?
I don't know if it will let you.
that law
But
enforcement operation?
Yes, I'm just able to settle right there.
In the scene. He was
that
in
will
the
just
scene
help
actively
Gandhi City
impeding
fall.
and
So
assaulting
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
But that's not
Because
illegal.
the other place I could put it is up in this corner above Magdeburg and Cologne to the right.
Let's don't freeze frame adjudicate this now. He was there for a reason.
I can put that right on the coast, and that would be my harbor city.
well, there's also a natural wander down here that it would have been cool to settle next to, but I couldn't.
That de-escalation techniques were utilized during this action. Those de-escalation techniques, whether it was physically trying to remove them from that law enforcement scene, that active law enforcement scene in which law enforcement were going after a violent illegal alien, or the use of pepper spray, which is another de-escalation technique. Those techniques did not work. Officers always try to use the minimum amount of force necessary
Sure they do.
to either effect an arrest, which in this case
Taser,
was
taser,
more than
taser,
likely
gun, gun, gun.
USC 111, assault on a federal officer, or
Where did he
impede, delay, and
assault?
obstruct.
Where did he assault a federal officer in any of the video that you have seen? Because it looked to us from every angle, sir, that he was approached by them when he was helping another individual who was pushed down. What evidence do you have that he was assaulting any law enforcement?
Dana, we don't need a suspect's help in an active law enforcement scene.
When you say
we don't need
suspect,
his help.
what is
We
he
didn't ask
suspected
his
of?
help. That's an active law enforcement scene. He knew that was an active law enforcement scene, especially when the officers approached him, and it's very evident he did not need to be where he was.
So when
decided
somebody
on his own to stay there.
So when somebody is pushed down and a person's instinct is to help that person, when somebody's pushed down by law enforcement, you're saying
Kill 'em.
that you just stand back and let law enforcement do what they're doing? I mean, is that really human nature?
You know, Dana, every situation is different. What
Fuck off, Greg.
faced with here in Minneapolis are chaotic, very difficult and violent situations in which individuals, and this suspect is not the only one to bring a loaded weapon to a riot. The situations are chaotic.
I think
and
Greg needs
ever-changing.
to say hello to the gun barrel.
For law enforcement, don't inject yourself knowingly beforehand into a law enforcement situation.
With respect, it feels as though in some ways you're blaming the victim here.
The victims are the Border Patrol agents. I'm not blaming the
Oh
Border
my
Patrol
God.
agents. The victim are the Border
Isn't he
Patrol
great?
agents. The suspect put himself
Isn't this the best
in
guy?
that situation.
That is
The victims
awesome.
are the Border Patrol agents there.
I want to go back to the gun, sir, because I think this is really, really critical. You can see an agent, and I just want to go to, let's see here, video 5. You can see a screenshot of an agent in a green jacket approach Preddy, and then he appeared to take a gun away. When the agent took the gun away, which seems as though it was Preddy's gun, that happened before Preddy was shot.
Is that a breach of the Second Amendment?
Also, I'm not sure if you know this, but after more forensic evidence, it's clear that he actually negligent discharge. He picked up
No shit.
this guy's gun, ND'd into the ground, and that triggered the cops to start opening fire because they heard a gunshot.
Fucking real.
Which goes back to what I was saying yesterday, how it's very evident how confused and disoriented law enforcement was.
Mm-hmm. Insane.
You know? And like, I don't know. for me, confusion is not a valid excuse.
Nope.
Like, we have kill chains in the military for a reason.
Yeah.
Things happen, but get out of here with that shit.
Shot multiple times by law enforcement, by your Border Patrol agents.
Yeah, Dana, you don't know he was unarmed. I don't know he was unarmed. That's freeze frame adjudication of a crime scene via a photo. That's why we have investigators. That's why we have an investigation that is going to answer those questions.
Yeah?
How many shots were fired?
You're gonna
Who fired
investigate?
shots? Where was the gun?
Cops investigate. Cops find cops did nothing wrong.
Questions are going
Sir,
to be
I think you can see the screen.
in the investigation. We're not going to adjudicate that here on TV in one freeze frame there.
Okay, it's not a freeze frame. We're showing a video of one of your agents taking the gun away.
The city's still losing loyalty.
Freddie was shot.
We don't know that agent was taking any gun away. That could have been the agent's, because we don't know that. The facts are going to come to light.
So you're disputing the video that that's what happened?
With an that's why we investigate.
Well, with respect, you say that's why we investigate, but you're also drawing other conclusions that sort of fly in the face of waiting for an investigation. I just want to also go back to what I was asking with regard to what Secretary Nolan said, that he was brandishing a gun. At any point, do you have any evidence that, yes, he had a gun on his person? Was he brandishing it? Was he a threat because he had a gun in his hand that put law enforcement in danger?
Dana, we heard the law enforcement officer say gun, gun, gun. So at some point, they knew there was a gun. So again, that is going to be part of that investigation.
Second Amendment, bitch.
What was happening on the ground there between those victims, the Border Patrol agent victims, and the suspect?
Both the police chief in Minneapolis, O'Hara, and Governor Walz say Freddie was legally licensed to carry a concealed weapon. So are you saying it's not okay for him to exercise his Second Amendment right, not to mention his First Amendment right to be there in the first place, but his Second Amendment right to carry a gun? And if you do, you can be shot by federal law enforcement?
No, I didn't say that, Dana. I never said that. What I'm saying is we respect that Second Amendment right, but those rights don't count when you riot and assault, delay, obstruct, and impede law.
Greg, you're literally just telling her yes to the question she just asked. Can we go back? Let's listen to what her question exactly is, and listen very carefully to the words she says, and then listen to Greg's response, and you tell me it's not a, yeah, that is what I'm saying, Dana.
Right? Not to mention
It certainly does sound like that's what he's saying.
Investigation as to what was happening on the ground there between those victims, the Border Patrol agent victims, and the suspect.
Both
Had to make sure he got that in.
Minneapolis, O'Hara, and Governor Walz say Freddie was legally licensed to carry a concealed weapon. So are you saying it's not okay for him to exercise his Second Amendment right, not to mention his First Amendment right to be there in the first place, but his Second Amendment right to carry a gun? And if you do, you can be shot by federal law enforcement?
No, I didn't say that, Dana. I never said that. What I'm saying is we respect that Second Amendment right, but those rights
no, you don't.
Those rights don't.
Hey, no, don't even listen to that part. Ignore what he just said. That's not the important part. Like, we respect the right, as in, we respect it, but you don't have it, is what he's specifically saying. That's why he's clarifying with a respect.
Yes, that is a fair analysis, honestly.
Now listen to the rest of what he says.
Mm-hmm.
We respect that Second Amendment right, but those rights don't count when you riot and assault, delay, obstruct, and impede law enforcement officers, and most especially when you mean to do that beforehand.
Pause.
How do you know that?
mean to do that.
So she just asked.
Second
Amendment. So if you're she just asked if you're using your First Amendment right, you don't get access to the Second Amendment, and he said, "No, that's not what I'm saying. We respect the Second Amendment, but when you're exercising your First Amendment right, you don't have access to the Second Amendment."
That's honestly hilarious. So I'm just going to remind this guy of the very last line of the Second Amendment: the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Sounds like you don't respect the Second Amendment, sir.
No. Respecting and honoring it, two different things. Like,
Well,
I respect some people that I genuinely wouldn't care if they died. Just saying. You know? Like Bin Laden,
Cops.
a lot of respect for
Fucking-
him.
Fucking cops.
I'm so glad he got shot in the face. Oh, muted. When you're exercising your First Amendment right, you don't get a Second Amendment.
Especially when you mean to do that beforehand.
How do you know that?
How do you know that? Oh, it's you especially don't get access to your Second Amendment when you have pre-planning. And she asked, "How do you know it was pre-planned?" Which she has continually asked, and he's given
continually
no
not
answer.
answered?
He
Yeah.
just said because they have training and the guy has TDS.
Mean to do that beforehand. When you show up to an active crime scene, don't leave the crime scene and you're armed, then, you've got the decision-making process.
Okay, but Renee Good tried to leave the crime scene. Look what happened to her.
Back to the Second Amendment, what you're saying about the Second Amendment is peacefully protesting with firearms. Absolutely, I've done that myself.
Didn't ask.
Fully support that, but not when you perpetrate violence, obstruct, delay, or obfuscate Border Patrol in the performance of their duties in an
There's
active
no
crime
evidence
scene.
that he was perpetrating violence. And there's no evidence, unless you have it, and we'd love to see it if there is, that he was intending to massacre law enforcement, other than the fact that he was there and he had a gun lawfully.
He meant to be there beforehand. Again, Dana, he came there beforehand.
How do you
for
know that?
a reason.
How do you know that?
Because he was there.
But all he
Because
was doing was
Oh my god, that's not an excuse. That's not a reason.
he was carrying a gun, which in Minneapolis
I didn't
is
say
legal.
it wasn't. And I didn't say it wasn't legal.
So then what did he do that was illegal?
Assault federal law enforcement.
He didn't.
When he does that. That's an active law enforcement
He didn't.
crime
Where do you
scene
see in the video that
He didn't.
decided to enter into.
Where do you see in the video that he was assaulting law enforcement? Because from everything we have seen, law enforcement was assaulting him when he was there trying to help another individual.
Dana, law enforcement doesn't assault anyone. Follow directions of law enforcement. Follow directions of law enforcement in an active crime scene. It's very evident he didn't want to do that. Very evident.
When the president does it, it's not illegal.
It's too bad the consequences had to be paid because he injected himself.
At the same time. We're the United States of America, for God's
sake. He made the decision to go there. We didn't make the decision to talk to him. We didn't even know that individual was in existence until he came into that.
Show me your
Go
bag
back
of
to
secrets.
Video number one, because you keep seeing that he injected himself into the crime scene. He was a guy on a street filming an operation. He wasn't.
Well, when the president
This
does
guy-
it, that means that it is not illegal by definition. Exactly.
Saying that when the president does it, that means it's not illegal.
He was far away. He wasn't on the crime scene. And what I want you to see again is that law enforcement appears by the video we have to be approaching him and the person who's next to him, not the other way around. And so what I want to know is, what evidence do you have that he went after law enforcement?
Sure. The fact that he was standing in the middle of the road, there was interaction between him, the bystanders, and law enforcement.
Okay, so no
And
evidence. Got
again,
it.
follow directions of law enforcement.
None at all.
He doesn't need to be in the middle of a crime scene.
Anything else you
Dan,
gotta say,
I don't think
fuckface?
you would want to be in the middle of a crime scene, or you would want civilians in the middle of a crime scene injecting themselves into something that is none of their business at all.
Can you also just answer the question about the gun? Because, again, do you have any evidence that he was brandishing his weapon? Did he ever have his hand on the weapon?
Yeah, again, the officers on the ground, in that melee, we hear gun, gun, gun. So that gun, at some point, became visible to officers.
But could it have been because they had him on the ground and maybe his shirt came up and they saw that it was on him? That doesn't mean that he was.
That is why we have an investigation, Dana.
Fine.
That is what we are investigating. You're not going to know that now, and I'm not going to know that.
I think an investigation is great, but the Homeland Security Secretary said he was brandishing a weapon. Do you have evidence that we haven't seen that he was brandishing a weapon?
Wow. Can we get a count on screen for how many times Dana has asked that question?
And at some point, they saw that weapon. So I do believe the secretary is 100% spot on in what she said. Why would you bring a weapon and assault a federal officer if you did not have intent to harm or delay or obstruct that federal officer with a weapon?
You keep saying that he assaulted a federal officer, but again, we have not seen evidence that that happened. It looked like he was on the defense, and again, he had a gun legally. It sort of feels like we're in the upside down, where we have law enforcement and conservatives who are very pro Second Amendment saying the problem was that he had a gun legally.
The problem is, as I said several times now, is he injected himself. He put himself where he
Sounds like you're victim blaming the person that you guys killed.
And put law enforcement officers in jeopardy through his
That's
actions.
right. That's right. Cops have no accountability for their actions. Oh, my finger slipped. Whoops.
That came there for a specific reason. And again, what that reason is, we're going to find more out about that in the coming days. I'll be interested to see what his reason for being there, while Border Patrol agents were arresting a violent, criminal, illegal alien doing their lawful, ethical, and moral duties in Minneapolis. That's
ethical?
The question.
Well, but the question is also, why is an American citizen now dead for the second time who was there to document, in this case, and clearly to be there as a bystander, which is his First Amendment right.
He wasn't there to clearly document it. Don't socially engineer the topic, Dana. He was not there to document.
Appeared
he
to
came
be.
there for
That's
a reason.
fair. Appeared to be.
He obfuscated and delayed officers there on the scene. That's pretty evident to me.
I want to ask you about your agents. You said that this was a highly trained agent who had been serving on Border Patrol for 8 years. What was he trained for? Because these are your Border Patrol agents, and they're now in the interior of the country.
She's like, you call that training?
Was he trained in urban policing?
Fuck, I just built a farm where I should have built a fucking horse burial ground.
Are trained in all for all types of environments, including urban policing. This particular Border Patrol agent had 8 years with some specific skill sets there with both firearms and less lethal munitions. Also, let's take a look at the training and the
I don't care.
Border Patrol agents operate in.
I don't care.
Places like San Diego, California.
You're a fucking
Tucson,
cop.
Arizona,
Do your job.
New Orleans, all those have Border Patrol sectors. Detroit, Michigan. We've got Border Patrol sectors in Buffalo. So this myth, and I saw this just last night on CNN, this myth that Border Patrol agents don't work in urban areas is just that. It's a myth. We're well adept at urban areas, conducting that Title VIII immigration enforcement wherever we go. It doesn't matter if it's a desert or an urban environment. We're very well adept at doing that.
Is the agent or agents, is it your understanding that more than one agent fired a weapon at Alex Preddy?
Again, that's going to be part of the investigation. I'm not going to speculate on how many shots or who shot or that type of thing because I don't know.
Are the agents who were involved still on the job?
Yes, they're these Border Patrol agents are going to more than likely be on administrative duty, but they were main
duty.
Border Patrol agents. Yes.
What does that mean? So they'll be off the streets for a bit?
Not in Minneapolis, they will but only in Minneapolis here. They'll be at a different location.
Okay. And before I let you go, I just want to button up one point that you were making about what Alex Pretty was doing there. Do you accept that it is the law that an individual has a right to film what law enforcement is doing?
I believe that all
Damn, that
citizens of the
city,
United States
that city
have those
really
First and
jumped up
Fourth
the
Amendment
pressure
rights,
on
as
his
long
one.
as they do so peacefully and don't delay, obstruct, or assault anyone in doing that. And that's the issue here, because he was not peacefully doing anything.
All right. And just for the record, and we've seen this video multiple times from multiple angles, there is no evidence that he was doing anything other than being peaceful.
Do you want to buy the tiles just to the left of my shit here?
That you have, because we do want to get to the bottom of this and do want to
I don't
get
have money
all
for
of the
tiles.
facts
Did you
as
hear
they
how
actually
many
enough.
units I
happen.
just lost?
Chief Favino,
Yes.
thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you being here and answering questions.
Thank you, Dana.
Fuck off, Greg.
Get fucked, Greg.
Hey, Greg, I know what you should do with a high-capacity handgun.
Do the good thing. Become a good Nazi. Bananas.
I promised myself I wouldn't make this kind of video anymore, but honestly, some things are just too big to ignore.
Nice, I just got the
Now, I
loyalty
realize I'm
general.
going to get a lot of comments from people who
nice.
think that I'm a woke leftist. But German history is one of the things that I talk about on this channel, and when parallels are already being drawn between major events today and what was happening in Germany about 95 years ago, it would be remiss of me not to say anything. So as US Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, continues to terrorize the general population, many of its critics have been comparing it to the infamous Gestapo, suggesting that it's part of a new fascist regime being set up even as we speak. I don't think that this is the best
Bob
comparison,
Camp
though.
just popped
That's not to
up
say
right
that the
above
events
your
unfolding
territory.
over there are not horrifying, that absolutely are. But I personally would compare ICE not with the Gestapo, but with the SA. The
I tagged it for
Gestapo
you.
is a rather different organization.
Yes,
perhaps
yes,
we
yes,
should
yes.
start
This
by
is much
asking
more
ourselves
brown
the
shirts.
question,
He's
what
100%
was the
correct.
Gestapo exactly?
Yes,
Now,
it is
this
100%
is
correct.
the video
It's
I
more.
was saying I wanted to watch yesterday.
Yeah. No, he's 100% correct. It is far more brown shirts than it is SS right now. It could very easily evolve to be SS shit. But right now it is very much brown shirts. Although you could probably argue that because they're in power that it is more leaning towards an SS kind of role, but they also haven't done the terror to confirm their absolute power yet. So, you know, Night of the Long Knives incoming? Maybe? What's it called? The Wehrnacht? Wehrnacht?
Okay, so I put a spy here to format unrest, but it looks like it's going to break in 4 turns anyway. So that's how long it would take.
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck is... Hello?
Hello?
Band? Oh, here it is.
Like me, you're British and grew up in the 1980s watching the sitcom Allo Allo, you might remember Herr
Allo,
Flick
Allo.
of the Gestapo. Or if you're not that old, you might be thinking of Stephen Merchant's character in the movie Jojo Rabbit. But of course, these satirical portrayals
Yes.
really don't do justice to the sheer horror of what the Gestapo actually got up to. The word Gestapo is actually a
Jojo Rabbit
contraction
is a
of the
satire,
phrase
so probably not a
Geheime
good
Staatspolizei, which means
one to
secret
bring
state
up.
Police.
Yeah.
It wasn't secret in the sense that nobody
brown
knew.
New Zealand man plays Hitler, for fuck's sake. Have you seen that movie? I'm assuming
No,
you've
not
seen that
yet.
movie. Really?
Because it's new. It's harder to watch new movies.
Well, okay, we need to put it on the list. Have you seen All Quiet on the Western Front?
We won't be able to watch it. It's too new.
Ah, okay. Have you seen All Quiet on the Western Front?
Which version?
The German one, the new one.
No, I've seen the originals.
Mm.
I've seen
It's
the
great.
older versions, not the.
It's great. The only thing.
Not the Netflix one.
Yeah. Because while I was watching it, the only thing I could think about is this is very Saving Private Ryan.
That's what I heard about the newer one. The old
Mm.
one is amazing.
Because it really feels like because is the original German as well?
I don't remember.
Hmm. Original. When was the original made?
It's old.
1930s.
It's very old.
Wow. Because the other thing, like it says anti-war film, and the other thing I was thinking about is I think we watched a video talking about how there are no anti-war films, or maybe I just watched that.
There was no way I would be able to sit through something that idiotic.
Because the argument was that it all basically ends up celebrating and romanticizing war. And maybe if you're talking about like a Western movie, but I think the thing that really
I think the thing is that people are stupid, and too many stupid people think the wrong guys are good in Starship Troopers.
That is true. That is very true. But like they said the premise of the video was that there were no anti-war movies, saying that it always ends up glorifying one side of the violence. This movie, like
Come
this
and see.
movie. Well, this is the interesting thing, is that's one of the movies that he used as the image while talking about it, which stuck out to me because I'm like, hold the fuck on.
Bro's an idiot.
Yeah, so I was like, hold on.
The movie was banned in the
Yes.
Soviet Union. It was never
Yes.
allowed to be released.
Yes. So like I don't agree with the premise that there are no anti-war films. However, I do see the argument and where he's coming from. However, the reason that I'm bringing this up
He
is because
made it
All
because
Quiet
he knows people will click on it, and it's
Yeah.
a dumb argument.
But All Quiet on the Western Front is one of these movies that even though it's from the German perspective, it still shows that the people who are the bad people are the generals who are deciding to waste human lives for pride. That's amazing. That's a great premise to set at the end of the movie. And also following this one guy who dies a minute before the 11th hour is fucking wild. Like I was like, surely somebody is surviving
It's
through this
crazy
whole
how,
thing.
like, actually boring World War I is when you look
Mm.
at the fire and maneuver tactics of like the Napoleonic era.
Because it really was just an evolution of those line infantry tactics. Like the front never moved.
Well, that's what makes Napoleonic era tactics interesting, is that the goal was to not form a front. You were continually maneuvering to try to outmaneuver. You never locked in. You never entrenched in Napoleonic warfare.
Yeah, and now they did. Is that because they were all on horseback?
That's just not how it worked.
Okay. Because, like, as far as I'm aware, this sort of combat is like a general at the front, line infantry of just like companies of men, and they march down. It's all very proper War of Kings shit. And it's
it's closer to those evolved tactics because like you're still like maneuvering entire like infantry lines. Right? So like as you're maneuvering them, like nobody really had the tactic to entrench, and like as soon as that starts happening, I mean there was entrenching before this, but like that was just not an efficient way of fighting in the Napoleonic era, nor is it in World War I.
Yeah. Because the one thing that I will say, the one thing that I will say that was very interesting about this movie was the very end when they're negotiating with the French. It was said in the movie, and I'm assuming that this is from the original as well, which was in 1930, before the Nazis came to power, that this deal will piss off every single German. And then 15 years later, we got Nazis. Or 10 years even. 1930 it was starting. I imagine Hitler was I think he got removed from the country. He was in exile at the time. Or maybe prison. When did Hitler write?
Gandhi has no gold to buy Diplo favor from me because I've been stealing it all.
1924 is when Mein Kampf came out. So he was in prison in the 20s. So this came out basically at the same time that Hitler was on his rise.
Great, now all my
Fascinating.
cities on this front are rebelling.
That sounds bad.
For covert surveillance and intelligence gathering. At least that was the intention when it was set up in 1933, although set up is not exactly the right word here. It was formed out of the Prussian Secret Political Police, which had been around since the 1850s. Its job was to monitor political activities and investigate political crimes. It had become necessary, in the eyes of the government, after a revolution in 1848 almost succeeded in putting an end to the absolute monarchy and turning Germany into a parliamentary democracy. The political police was supposed to ensure that that didn't happen again. It failed though, and the German monarchy finally came to an end in 1918, after which
Man, she was pissed about my
police
settlement.
had a new
She must have a
task.
city
now
right
it was
here.
to protect democracy against extremists
God.
from both the left
The fact
and
that
the
you're
right,
the only
which,
one
by the
gaining
way,
loyalty
included
in this
the
scramble
new
that's going on
National
over here,
Socialist
and you have
German
no
Workers'
idea
Party,
what's
the
happening.
Nazis. Again, it failed.
Like, do you not have a single infantry to explore?
No, they killed my scout. I see Badung, and that's the only Indonesian city I see. I see 7 Indian cities and Hong Kong, and that's
You don't
it.
even see Banton?
No.
It's literally next to you.
Oh, that's funny.
So there's
Oh, and
just
I
an
see
empty
Kabul.
space here.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. How am I gaining loyalty? I must have a lot of population pressure around me. Also, I worked real quick to clear these camps so I could build farms.
That's why I
Okay.
really need to get you to stop fucking around so I make sure I'm not in a fucking dark age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just need to...
Just hurry up!
Yeah, I'm doing something.
And in 1933, it was reformed
You're always doing
into
something.
the new
Yeah.
secret state
Click the
police
button.
to guard once again against the evils of democracy. Except now, instead of defending the monarchy, it was defending the Nazis. This new organization quickly became little more than a branch of the government, and its job was to identify and neutralize any remaining political threats to the regime. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too honest, and the government didn't like Gestapo reports that suggested the general population wasn't completely happy with the regime. So in 1936, the surveillance part of its job was taken over by the Security Service, which passed on to the Gestapo any intelligence it gathered about political dissent. The Gestapo was then responsible for not only investigating these reports, but also for administering punishments, which could range from small fines all the way to summary execution, which it was empowered to do without the tedious rigmarole of having to get the courts involved. Not that that would have made much difference, because by then the government had already made sure that all of the judges were Nazis. The Gestapo were brutal and used all kinds of unethical practices to persecute anyone they regarded as an enemy of the state. For example, they would blackmail and torture their victims and even fabricate evidence simply in order to extract confessions from them. But what they didn't generally do was to march around the streets in broad daylight, beating, arresting, and even killing anyone for any reason. That, as I said, was the speciality of the SA. The history of the SA is even more complicated and confusing than that of the Gestapo, but basically it goes back to the very beginnings of what would eventually become the Nazi Party. This was in the uncertain and sometimes violent period between the two world wars, when it was quite normal in Germany for political parties to employ their own security personnel. The Nazis were no exception, and their security guys formed what came to be the Storm Division, the SA. These were not people who were selected for their intelligence. It was a paramilitary organization that specialized in brute force. As the Nazis grew in power and influence, the SA was doing a pretty good job of instigating fights and riots in the streets. Its main targets were communists, social democrats, Jews, and even some Christian groups. In short, they were thugs who, over time, became more and more organized.
All right, this city's about to fall, and I'm going to take it instantly.
In 1933, as the Nazi Party was tightening its grip on power, the SA was in effect used as a kind of auxiliary police. Regular police officers were made to patrol together with SA men who were authorized to act on behalf of the state. Once the infamous Reichstag decree was enacted, the SA was suddenly free to do almost anything it wanted, and set about terrorizing, arresting, imprisoning, and torturing anyone they didn't like. However, while the SA helped to put the Nazis in power, it was now in a position to remove the Nazis from power, and had therefore become a threat. So in 1934, the party neutralized the SA by assassinating its senior members and taking over its leadership. So,
we can hope.
The Gestapo was mostly concerned with investigating and punishing political dissent, while the SA was more concerned with terror through brute force. How does this correspond to present-day America? There are, of course, no perfect matches, because history doesn't really repeat itself. As the saying goes, it rhymes.
It rhymes.
So we're not looking for exact parallels, but rough approximations. My impression of ISIS activities at the moment is that they're closer to what the SA might have done. According to reports, its recent massive intake of new recruits has happened with very little oversight and barely any training at all, as evident in the astoundingly unprofessional conduct we've seen of late.
Damn,
so
my population pressure is turning this city real quick.
into the Trump administration's SA. Bullies who are authorized by the state to bully people. The role of Gestapo, I think, is more likely going to be played by something like the FBI, perhaps with the help of an intelligence agency like the CIA, just as the Gestapo was helped by the security service. And I have to be honest, given the apparent lack of oversight, I have a nasty suspicion that a lot of these new ICE agents were involved in the January 6th insurrection and have little or no formal training. In short, they are, not to put too fine a point on it, thugs. And I think this is what we have to bear in mind. It's not just one organization that we have to worry about. The Nazi regime was supported by a whole network of different organizations, each one protecting all of the others. Okay, after that, I think...
That's all right. That one. That one.
I know all of us have seen the videos of what is basically the execution of Alex Preddy I've seen it from more angles and more times than I care to repeat. I'm not going to give an in-depth frame-by-frame analysis. You don't need a lawyer to tell you what you can see with your own eyes, which is that it was an inexcusable state-sanctioned murder. There is no excuse. There is no justification, and it is the latest in what is probably a long line. This one happens to have been videotaped, thankfully, by many brave bystanders. As you can tell, I'm not in my studio. I was on a plane yesterday. Oh God, it's cold out here. It's 0 degrees, which is still 10 degrees warmer than it is in Minneapolis right now. But in some sense, I do this for a living. I analyze the videos that are out there and think about things from a legal perspective. And I saw the first video when it came out. It was pretty clear. But with any video taken from across the street, there's some ambiguity. And but I think the second video came out. In the second video, you can hear that Alex Preddy's last words were,
You're breathing in the mic.
"Are you okay?" Which he said to the woman that was next to him, who had been pushed down by the ICE or CBP officer who was acting unhinged, where Alex Preddy just has his phone out and his left arm is free. I think those were his last words, and I think those were his last acts, was trying to help the woman that was pushed down by the man in the green sweatshirt, who I think eventually was the first agent who shot him. And like I said, I'm not going to go frame by frame, but to my eyes, the last thing that Alex Preddy did was to help others. And look, my legal analysis doesn't change when the victim is, a bank robber or a saint. Everyone deserves the same rights. And it doesn't justify or justify less the actions of what happened, but it does heighten the loss of what happened and the people whose rights are being taken away and their lives are being taken away. So look, I'm going to try and gather some thoughts, which I'm only going to do because I think a lot of people are, thinking the same thing, whether you're a lawyer or
was there no
a
World
lay
Congress
person.
that could
I think we're all absolutely enraged.
condemn her units?
The loss of Alex
Damn.
Preddy, but Renee Good and everyone else who has been, pushed aside and has been caught in this web of what is clearly illegal action from our federal government. Like I said, it doesn't change the legal analysis, but it does say something that Alex Preddy and Renee Good before him seem to be the best of us. And there's a reason why they were gunned down. It's because they put themselves out there. And by God, that's commendable. And we need to continue to stand up because they did too. And look, you don't need to be a lawyer to know that their shootings were not justified. But I think we need to take a step back too to recognize that, ICE and CBP shouldn't have been there in the first place. They
Nope.
have no right and no duty to do crowd control.
Duty.
To be
Stop
on
it.
the front lines using weapons.
Not now.
Against protesters. These people should not be armed. We've sort of grown inured to it, but they are not enforcing criminal law. Even when they are enforcing immigration laws, which they are not right now, it is state-sponsored protest control of people exercising their First Amendment rights. At best, they are enforcing regulatory and civil laws. And there's no reason they should have firearms in the first place. I don't even think should have less lethals like pepper balls, and they shouldn't be using tear gas and pepper spray and bear spray. on protesters. That's insane. It would be as if we gave every postal worker and every person who delivers the mail, an AR-15. They don't need it to complete their duties, and it's insane that they have been armed and are wearing flak jackets and are obviously wearing masks for no other reason than to obscure their identity and prevent accountability. Obviously, the shootings are unjustified, but the entire situation that recently Alex Preddy unfortunately found himself in, and the woman next to him, they should not have been pushed aside by these putative federal officers for exercising their First Amendment rights. They should not have been restrained. They should not have been pepper sprayed while they were restrained. And of course, they should not have been shot and murdered while they were prone and restrained. None of that. The entire situation should not have happened. 3,000 ICE and CBP officers should not have been deployed to Minneapolis in the first place. I will echo what some legal commentators have said. This is basically stochastic terrorism. If you send 3,000 untrained psychopaths with guns into a place where people are angry, where they are not...
You are creating the condition for individual action terror.
Yeah,
but it's state terror.
Yeah,
but I don't know if
stochastic is...
I don't know if state terror is still a legally defined thing. Because
True.
it's like... It's more like... They say like something about... Like the state-backed terror or something, organization or something like that.
Because that's what I've been saying is a state terror force, but like...
Yeah, I don't know if we use that word
You don't know who's going to
legally
die,
anymore.
but you know that people are going to
Stochastic
die.
terror
And
is so
I think
interesting
that
to
President Trump
suggest...
and I think that Stephen
Hold
Miller
on.
have blood on their hands.
It's very, very curious that he said stochastic terrorism, because just thinking about it now, it kind of is. It kind of is, because Trump is saying that all these people are deranged enemies of the state. MAGA is convinced that this is the case, and I 100% believe that ICE believes that these people are doing this because they hate America. A strong argument can be made that this is stochastic terror on a state level.
What did I just get? What did I just
Do you
get gold
think-
from there?
Do you think that stochastic terror requires like a cult-like mentality of adherence
What
to
did
a
I just
belief?
get gold from?
Hmm?
I walked
What do
over
you
this
reckon?
tile.
No idea.
A great person? No. I walked over here. I got 22 gold.
Weird.
What did I get that from? There's not a tribal village. Because the attack would have been dropped for that. I'm so confused.
Because this is what they wanted. It's honestly incredible that the people of Minneapolis and Minnesota have shown as much restraint as they have, and that they have not taken the bait, and they have not responded to violence with violence. And that's incredible. And it deserves commendation. Not the least of which because they're not going to be the last. It's going to come to other cities, predominantly blue and majority Democratic cities, because what ICE and CBP are doing is a terror campaign. It is a pretext that they are effectuating anything related to immigration at this point. And also, I will point out that there are a lot of people doing a lot of good. There are a lot of lawyers working overtime. Right after this happened, lawyers who had already received a temporary restraining order saying that ICE could not employ unconstitutional methods to restrain and punish all of the protesters, filed a emergency motion with the Court of Appeals to lift an administrative stay that was put in place, which is a thing that often happens. And it's insane that they would need a TRO in the first place to restrain these people en masse from conducting unconstitutional raids and unconstitutional methods. But the declarations from people who were on the scene and saw Alex Preddy shot with their own eyes, it's crazy that lawyers would respond within a few hours and get that in front of.
I am
a
still
judge.
running
Also,
an oligarchy
there was some
government too,
parallel
so-
litigation.
I noticed that.
From the
'cause it gives
Minnesota
me more
Bureau in
strength in
charge
my
of
units.
the investigation that was stymied by ICE, which is another thing for another day. Within a few hours, they had a motion in front of a judge seeking a temporary restraining order to prevent ICE from destroying evidence because they already mucked up the crime scene. The declarations and affidavits from people in support of that are also incredible. And another incredible thing that is within 2 hours, a Trump-appointed judge granted the TRO. And these are not perfect mechanisms. It's something that in the past has helped to prevent ICE from destroying evidence, which I think they did in the case of Jonathan Ross when they took all of the stuff out of his house and put it God knows where. It probably goes without saying, but it's unfortunate and it's crazy that we cannot trust federal officers in the first place, but we also cannot trust them to investigate. There are also things that Congress can and should do immediately. Obviously, they should not fund ICE in the future.
Chuck
but
Schumer
that's
over here.
the table
Somebody
stakes.
needs to do
we
something.
need to have serious curtailment of
Who
the
can
immunity
save
that
us?
exists. Federal officers do not have absolute immunity, but they do have strong immunity, and it is incredibly difficult to sue the federal government when you have had your constitutional rights deprived. Obviously, there's qualified immunity on a state level when state actors do that. It would be unbelievably easy for Congress to amend the current laws to provide a right of action for people to be able to sue, to remove qualified immunity unnecessarily, and to prevent all this stuff in the future, because the current framework for immunity for people who commit heinous crimes like these, I think it's untenable and it's disgusting. And then, of course, the people who are responsible for this at the very top need to be impeached. This is an impeachable offense. Like I said, I truly believe that this is, or some version of this is exactly what Donald Trump and Stephen Miller wanted. And in some sense, they have gotten what they wanted. And now it's time for them to be removed from office because they are absolutely unfit from top to bottom.
Shit.
It needs to be removed root and stem. And if you thought it couldn't get any more craven
I might
than it
be
is, within
hitting
hours
your city
of
with population
Alex
pressure.
Perez
I'll
shooting,
liberate
they
it.
sent a letter
I have
to
shit
to
do.
the walls.
I'm
I'll
trying
liberate
to
it back
prevent
to you.
it, but
If
you're
they would
taking
turn over
forever.
voter information, then
Well,
they would
the time it
withdraw
takes doesn't
from Minneapolis.
prevent it.
So, if you want a confession that this was never about immigration and that on some level this is about winning the next election, and that if you thought that these people couldn't get any more craven, they can, and they will. And
Craven?
They did.
The hunter?
I'm flabbergasted.
What the
from
fuck does that
everything that's
word
happened.
even
The thing
mean?
that I keep coming back to
Craven.
is how incredible.
Characterized
the people
by
who are
abject
resisting,
fear, cowardly.
are
What a
doing in the
great
face
fucking
of
word.
such adversity and how they are rising.
What
to
a
the occasion.
great word to describe
I
ICE.
believe Attorney General Bondi said that this country was formed for respect for law enforcement. I actually think that could not be further from the truth.
That's
This
a
country was
hilarious
formed,
thing to say.
by resisting and rebelling against tyranny, and that tradition is what I think people point to when they say that we engage in American activity, and we should continue to do so. I know people want to do something, and our options are limited. One thing that you can do that was recommended to me by commentator Will Stansel, who is on the ground in Minneapolis, is to donate to the Lawyers Guild of Minnesota, the ACLU of Minnesota, or Minarca of Minnesota. They are on the ground providing legal relief to the people who have been caught up in this terrible web, and are helping out the people who have been victimized by this reign of terror. So I'll leave some links in the description for that. Yesterday was a really bad day, but there are some glimmers of hope, and it shows that
I can't
that they'll
believe
come
he
for the
just
best of us.
Dumped envoys
But
in that city of all places. You asshole.
That we can fight back.
Who did what?
Nothing.
Candace Owens thinks Charlie Kirk is a time traveler who has electric
Just focus
lightning
on getting
powers
your
and
shit
went to
done.
Magic Mutant School.
Hey guys, it's Amanda. Welcome back to my channel. A little over a year ago, I made a video called Why do Republican women look like that? Where I analyze the Republican
great
woman
video.
makeup trend. It's one of my best performing videos, so I thought I'd revisit the topic and discuss Mar-a-Lago face today. Republican makeup
Amazing.
refers to the very
Another black
obvious
creator?
TV-ready
Amazing.
cosmetic applications amongst high-profile
I've been
natural
finding
women,
more and more.
heavy
They
liners,
had great
smoky
fucking
eyes, and
content.
caked up foundation. Mar-a-Lago face is
Algorithm
an extension
doesn't
of this,
give me that
but more
shit.
specifically describes the plastic surgery that these women and some men have undergone. It's characterized by overplumped lips, forehead
Craven.
Botox,
Craven is the
cheeks
word. He called them Craven, which is
It's an aesthetic once
characterized by
relegated to the dregs of
abject
producing
fear.
trashy reality TV, but ever since Trump's return to
And that-
office, Mar-a-Lago
that
face
is
has
what
gone
cops
from
are.
fringe to front and center of the political discourse. But it's the kind of face that thrives at a distance. At a press conference where the camera is placed farther away, it looks like passable glam, but up close and personal is where things get interesting. Exhibit A, Vanity Fair's photo shoot with Trump's inner circle. In their portraits,
Oh,
they
you
make
fucking
powerful
cunt.
Government officials look good or even important, and that's the point.
I can't believe she
Christopher
just did that.
Anderson, the photographer, said he approached the assignment as a journalist, aiming to
Okay, we'll
bring
go
a
here.
certain sense of clear-eyed observation and even
Holy shit, my
Indonesia's
population.
really
There were no
pissing me off,
frills with
bro.
this shoot. The
Okay.
subjects were
Do you want me to come
responsible
down
for
and
their
join the
hair,
war?
makeup, and outfits.
I'm not
These
fighting
photos were
Indonesia.
taken with the same
Oh, aren't you?
harsh, unforgiving
No, I'm
lighting
still trying to end this war with
DMV.
the
This is
Congo,
Chief of Staff
which
Susie
is now
Wiles,
going
seen
well, but I
here
need to
realizing her fart was a shark. And JD Vance looks like he just
move
smelled
my
the
next
shark.
line
Marco
forward,
Rubio
and they
has
just
the expression of someone who
countered
pulled
me
up
by
to
getting
Chick-fil-A
Suzanne T
on a
on this, and then
Sunday.
she
Stephen Miller
fucking
seems to be
settled
contemplating
right where I was
the
about to put a
January
city to
6th
counter her
It was
pressure.
a community gathering, an antidote to the male loneliness epidemic. None of the portraits are flattering, but 28-year-old press secretary Caroline Levitz takes the cake. The extremely tight shot and high contrast leaves no room for imagination. Everything is on display. Fine lines, unblended contour, and lips bruised from fresh injections. But let's zoom out, because the point isn't that Caroline's injector hates her, even though she might. As writer Nikki Wolf puts it, Trump bends reality around him so aggressively that it creates this kind of visual determinism. If you want to get anywhere near the center, you adapt. You start chasing this weird platonic ideal of a face, and the closer you get to it, the more access you seem to receive. We've seen this with several transformations of Trump-adjacent women. The most damning is Kristi Noem. As her hair has gotten longer, her makeup has gotten heavier, and her clothing less frumpy, she has gained more power and risen in the MAGA ranks. Trump has always treated politics like a set.
She just
Aesthetics
called her
aren't a
frumpy.
bonus feature, they're the whole thing. Gold decor, sound bites over
She
coherent
was
sentences,
objectively
and
frumpy
decision-making rooted in
before.
perception over practical policies. It's why Mar-a-Lago face can be traced back to the visages of Fox News anchors and Miss America contestants. In Trump land, performing gender is as good a credential as any. It's saying, I can have power without threatening men. I'm not like those feminists. Look, I'm doing girl correctly. And the cost is that you have to keep performing, even when it's a work in progress, like Caroline's lip filler. People have pointed out that it's this kind of performance of femininity that feels like drag, not in a fun, liberated way, but as an exaggerated team uniform. The aesthetic represents fealty to a president who increasingly behaves like a king, and that's why people have been calling it fascism, an authoritarian style of politics that uses propaganda, spectacle, and strict gender roles to build loyalty and crush dissent. So today, I want to explore how fascism uses aesthetics as a tool for control, how Mar-a-Lago face functions as a political uniform, and why this hyper-feminine aesthetic keeps getting rewarded even as the administration's policies get more brutal. As you can tell, I like to keep my makeup pretty simple. Recently, I've been using these products from Typology, and they're also the sponsor of today's video.
Hell
Typology
yeah.
is vegan and
Sponsors.
cruelty-free. Their products are perfect for a makeup
As
look
far
that
as
not
they
only
tell you.
enhances your skin, but nourishes it. I love the tinted concealer, which has niacinamide, an ingredient that is really helpful for treating dark spots. So I get the coverage while also knowing that I'm doing something good for my skin. I also use the mattifying loose powder, which is great if you tend to have oily skin like I do. I was skeptical at first because I was like, surely then. So it strengthens your lashes while lengthening. Except
I
it
want to
gives
know
a
about
glossy
strengthened lashes.
Paris website. It's such a nice lotion that doesn't have any fragrance or So if you want to support me and my content, please become a patron. There's 3 membership tiers.
We'll
The
allow
first
this.
is like a tip bucket.
But
If you
we
enjoy
don't
the
need to
content
advertise
and wanna
makeup,
support
you
just
know?
because that's what that's for. The second tier, I will post 1 personal video a month, like a vlog or a Q&A, just more chatty, chill videos, not full-on video essays like on this channel. And for the third tier, you can get all of that, but you'll also get your name in
I'll
the
suck your
credits
dick.
of my future videos. So definitely
For the highest
check
tier on our
out my
Patreon.
It's Amanda Mariana, same as my YouTube channel, and I'm really looking forward to starting a community on there. Before we get into the filler of this video, I do want to say that talking about women's faces in politics can slide into misogyny really quickly, and I'm not interested in doing that. This is not about who's pretty and who's not. It's more about asking, what is this look doing? The point is that aesthetics can function like ideology. That's why writer Ine O argues it's a mistake to dismiss this as superficial. The aesthetics of fascism are historically tied to restoring rigid gender norms and selling perfection as a political project. It's very easy to turn this into a pile-on that sounds like, look at these women trying too hard, which is basically the oldest trick in the book. Punish women for performing femininity, then punish them again for failing at it. I'm more interested in naming what kind of presentation gets rewarded with power. These are not random civilians getting roasted for their makeup skills. They're public figures making deliberate choices while carrying out public policy. And finally, I'm not taking the bait. I've seen this from the comments on my last video. There's definitely a dynamic where the right wants the conversation about like Republican makeup and Mar-a-Lago face to devolve into shallow insults so they can just say, see, you're sexist and ugly, and change the subject. But that's a part of the trap, because for fascism, the aesthetic isn't just a distraction, it's central to the politics. And this is not a new phenomenon. Fascist movements have always understood that if you can control what people see, you can shape what people accept. In Mussolini's Italy, fashion and appearance weren't treated as frivolous. They were part of the political project. The regime used style, media, and public spectacle to promote a new national identity and to discipline how people, especially women, were supposed to behave. I read this really interesting piece by Monjima Barishara. I'm so sorry if I messed up your name. But it's basically about fascist Italy and how they used fashion as a part of the political movement. She puts it very plainly. In the 1930s and 40s, the Italian Fascist Party systemically used the fashion industry as a tool to mold the cultural expressions of nation, class, and gender in the new Italy. One of the big goals was to push an idealized version of womanhood. Mussolini's government promoted the idea of a new Italian
You finally
woman
took Kabul.
who was explicitly framed as glamorous and hyper-feminine, in contrast to the more modern, more androgynous trends.
I was
that had
wondering
been
when you
gaining
would take
traction
Kabul.
after World War I. The message was women's freedom and individuality are a threat. Traditional femininity and motherhood are the solution. One example is the Mazze Rurali, an organization for peasant women founded in the 1930s meant to instruct women in their proper role as mothers of the nation. The regime wanted women to see themselves primarily as reproductive workers for the state.
It wasn't
in
my first
1939,
choice,
Mussolini organized a
but I
huge
had to
public
dump.
event called the Great
See,
Parade of
the
Female
reason why
Forces,
this city
which
over
was
here
filmed and
is now
distributed as
fighting
propaganda.
me.
It promoted
That's
this specific
between, and
aesthetic
there's a bar
and got
camp
people
now.
to
It's between the
internalize
front
the
line
message
as a
without
city state here.
necessarily giving
The
Yeah.
reason it's now
just
fighting me is
normalized
because
it.
instead of putting my
Similarly, Mar-a-Lago
emissaries
face isn't
there,
just
I
a
had to
random
dump them into
style
Kabul to
coincidence.
counter the
It's the
pressure
modern
from you.
version of a familiar method.
Ah,
Create a
okay.
recognizable aesthetic, reward the people who can
I mean, look,
to it,
it's
and
it's
use
at
that look
4.8.
to signal
I'll just
belonging, loyalty,
liberate it to you
and
when it
normal
rebels
Don't
to
worry
me.
about it.
Trump came up through celebrity
It
culture.
might rebel to
and
you, though.
TV, and that shaped a style of leadership where presentation is treated as proof. Looking right becomes a form of credibility, sometimes even more important than governing well. His taste leans heavily towards maximalism and gold, and he has brought that into the White House and the Oval Office in a way that has drawn a lot of attention. When a political world runs on visuals, the people inside it start adapting to the camera
Like
too.
some
They
magic.
learn what kind of face reads as loyal and media ready. And because so much of modern politics is consumed through screens, the aesthetic becomes a shortcut for identity. You don't just argue you belong, you look like you belong. Apparently, some DC plastic surgeons say that people are specifically requesting the hallmark features of Mar-a-Lago face to signal their alignment and status. It functions less like a personal style choice and more like a uniform that's built for a movement to be watched. Like I mentioned earlier, Kristi Noem is the perfect example of using Mar-a-Lago aesthetics as a political tool. She is the Secretary of Homeland Security and notoriously
They
oversees
repaired their
ICE.
science.
She's the public
The
face
s-
of
the
some
Free
of the
City repaired
administration's
their
most
science
aggressive
building.
immigration actions. Many people have pointed out that her appearance isn't separate from the job, it's part of how the job is being sold. Writer Anae O pointed out how Noem's hyper-feminine, highly styled image dovetails with the administration's push for mass deportations, and that Trump explicitly told Kristi Noem that he wanted her to be the face of those ICE ads. Noem's look communicates traditional womanhood, long hair, heavy makeup, fitted outfits, while the policies she represents are harsh, coercive, and often carried out with excessive force. And the contradiction isn't accidental. The feminine styling can act as a kind of cover. It softens the image of the state while the state does violent things. And the Mar-a-Lago look isn't only about traditional femininity, it's also about sex appeal as authority. Writer Jeff Sharlet describes a Trumpist logic where performing a certain kind of sexy is treated as serious, and where women communicate power by fitting conventional ultra-femme ideals of sexiness that match the situation. The look doesn't just soften the violence, it helps sell it. As you can see with this video of Kristi Noem visiting a prison, it's like this high contrast between this glammed up Barbie type girl and like these literal men in cages, and like she's some sort of like dominatrix. It's like weird. Charlotte argues that Noem's styling is designed to make her a model of sexy and strong, even a thirst trap while she stands in front of caged men. Like there's something weirdly kinky going on. In June 2025, Senator Alex Padilla was forcibly removed and handcuffed during a DHS press conference Noem was holding in Los Angeles. The incident was captured on video and sparked major backlash, but one of the defenses that popped up wasn't about procedure, but gender performance. Representative Anna Paulina Luna defended Noem by describing her as the most delicate, beautiful, tiny woman, framing her as a fragile victim, even though she was the top official on stage. The look crafts a narrative. She's small, she's pretty, she's harmless, and that story can be used to distract from what the institution is doing or to reframe any confrontation as an attack on a woman rather than an abuse of power. Okay, let's wrap up this video. It's clear that Mar-a-Lago face is not just a beauty trend, it's a way of signaling political identity. Ideology can become aesthetic performance when procedures and styling stop being framed as purely personal choices and start functioning like affiliation. This connects to an older idea from Walter Benjamin. Fascism doesn't only govern through policy, it also turns politics into spectacle, what he called the aestheticization of political life. That's why the uniform matters.
Sorry.
It's not just that people are getting work done, it's that a specific, narrow look becomes a shortcut for loyalty and status inside the movement. Mar-a-Lago face.
Davos is going to be viewed as, and I don't think it all turned there, but this is the way that history, you need a mile marker. And I think, honestly, in 20 or 30 years, people are going to say Davos 2026 was the beginning of, or that's the end, or the middle of the end of the American hegemony. And they're going to play Carney's speech, and they're going to play von der Leyen's speech, and then they're going to go, and this is the guy who was president of the United States at the time. And everybody in the class is going to go,
got it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Here's a 7.
Doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called
Pause
me
it.
daddy.
Incidentally, just for the people in the future who are watching this, he means Greenland. He doesn't mean Iceland. He's been trying to buy Greenland, and he got confused and called it Iceland.
Yeah, to quote Shane Gillis, he's falling for Leif Erikson's that boy.
Doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right? The last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. Doing it, I'm helping.
Okay, let's just go roll right into number 5. I mean, it really doesn't matter what the order in which he said any of this stuff. It's literally.
You don't want to linger on that for a
Dark
second? You don't
Age.
want to linger on his kink about getting called daddy?
They called me daddy.
Very smart man
Yeah,
called me.
Emmanuel
very smart
Macron
man.
spit on me.
Okay, called me daddy.
So we want a piece of ice for world protection,
What?
and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember. A strong and secure America means a strong NATO. And that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful, our borders are very strong, and above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had.
Uh-huh.
Yes, we're play number 5. Here we go.
But, all right.
Just to give you, we got to take it in totality.
Okay, I'm
because-
sorry. He just
Get the
sounds
full
like a child.
context. You need to listen to it in the full context.
All I wanted was one piece of
You're
ice,
just
Mom.
cherry picking. Cherry picking.
Here's the
Cherry
math.
picking what I said.
We're gonna graduate.
If you don't give it to us, you'll find out what happened.
We're gonna be very upset and not invite you to our birthday.
There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place.
Don Quixote.
And they are losers. One thing I've noticed
This is one of the funniest
is that
things
the
you're
more
ever gonna hear
windmills
him
a
say.
country has, the more money that country loses.
You ready for this? This, like, if I wasn't gauging you, you either would miss what he said and not laugh, or I might overhype it and you might laugh here, or you might not laugh because of it. Because what he's about to say should shock you.
Okay.
And the worst that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills. And yet I haven't been able to
Right.
find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China's very smart. They make them, they sell.
He just hasn't looked. He hasn't been there because he can actually see the windmills in Europe. but all he knows about China is that they're a big coal user. So he thinks that they're not like a huge investor in green energy. Like,
Unfucking
you're a
real.
fucking moron. You would like.
He really is. He really
They're like
is
the biggest investor in the
just
green
a
energy.
moron. Like, he is legitimately just a moron.
Like, they're trying to future-proof their economy by buying into green energy and controlling the industry now, while he's up here being like, the windmills! Like, Saudi Arabia tried to sell Saudi Aramco and couldn't.
Yeah.
Like, get real, bro.
Sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up.
Besides that, the Jiquan wind power base, which is the world's largest.
Oh, I was going to actually have you put the Google up on the screen so we could actually Google it in real time.
Well, someone community noted it. Just, I mean, it's right there. China operates some of the world's largest wind.
Well, isn't it interesting, though, that somebody had to look that up and I didn't know it?
Yeah.
He's just noticing
It's interesting,
things.
I didn't know it.
He's just noticing things.
He's an expert
aesthetically, and then
noticer.
foreign policy is following. Like,
It's a smart way to think about it.
I've never seen a wind farm in China,
Okay,
so
but let's assume that there were none there. It'd be interesting, wouldn't it? If there were no wind farms in China, it'd be interesting that they sold so many windmills.
I've never seen a nuke in person. Do we have those here?
That's interesting.
you know what? It is all about the entire globe is being held hostage by Trump's lack of object permanence.
You know, it was my idea to bleach the insides of us to get rid of COVID. I just wanted to know that. That was my idea. Go ahead.
The more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses, and the worse that country is doing.
Causation.
China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it.
He's so smart.
China's very smart. They make them,
He,
they sell them
he
for a
came up
fortune.
with that on the spot.
They sell them to
You
the
can tell.
stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put
If that was true, there would be Trump-branded windmills. But anyway.
up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin. They don't do anything. They
Oh,
use
so
the
now
thing
he's
called coal.
so he's
mostly.
like, oh, they probably have windmills. The Chinese windmills are actually fake. So before you say that there
Like,
are wind
honestly,
farms in
like,
China, those are fake.
I think we're looking at what they're going to look at in 30 years, and just this is the way that they're going to teach the class in wherever it is, in China, in Germany, in I don't know, God willing, Palestine, and they're just going to go over and like this is when everyone more or less agrees was the end of the era of U.S. hegemony. And it was sort of like a 1-2 punch. Europe and the rest of the world realized, like, this has all just been BS anyways.
Yeah. So,
And
close
then
up shop.
this joker comes up, and incidentally, he is delivering this speech.
Hey, you solved your rebellion issue.
Davos.
Nice.
Davos,
Yeah, I told you. I just needed the turns to
Switzerland.
advance.
Okay, just curious. Go ahead.
And then after the war, which we won.
Well, I'm about to get
we
this
won it big without us.
this Indian
Right now,
city,
you'd all
so
be speaking German
it's going to turn
and
to me
a
next
little
turn.
Japanese, perhaps.
I'm just gonna.
And then
I'm just gonna give you some advice. When you get that Indian city, you should just move south and take the next city. Or else you won't be keeping Nuremberg or this Indian city for very long.
Well, I don't have the military strength to get there.
Well,
Now, it's
look,
hard to
don't say I didn't
understand
warn you.
who's laughing in Davos, Switzerland.
These fuckers.
One of the languages in
Fuck off,
Davos,
Lenin.
Switzerland,
The
Which-
the majority language.
which incidentally, during World War II, was neutral.
Not involved.
I've never
Not
heard of
involved.
such a thing.
They,
Really?
but
No
it's
skin in
quite.
that game.
It is quite possible that had Germany won that war, in Switzerland they'd be speaking German, because they were speaking German before that war.
Swiss German.
Swiss German.
Yeah.
The Lederhosen, I think it's like maybe you might be familiar with. Oh, I thought it was just okay. I got it now. Okay. Well, but a little bit of Japanese probably.
I mean, the like to go to Europe, just to zoom out for a second and be like, you know, the United States, the wars we wage are across oceans. Like, for the most part, we have two friendly neighbors. We'll see if that changes on our north and southern border, and that has enabled
Indonesia
the
caught and
aggression of
killed
the
my
United
spy.
States. To go to
Damn.
Europe and be like, we saved you dumbasses from that war. Remember Hitler? That was pretty bad for you. You lost millions of people and we saved you. By the way, why don't you respect me? It's just like, I'm trying to save NATO by invading one of like a member country that
You
we
know-
have an agreement with.
No one said your fascists have to be smart.
I mean, he's both not smart and now clearly so mentally, like rapidly mentally declining. We're almost burying the lead here.
I mean, well, but I don't know.
Brain is like a sugar cube that you just dropped into tea and it's just dissolving.
Yeah, and it's also notable who wasn't there. Like we talked about this a little bit earlier. Xi Jinping, not there. Claudia Sheinbaum, not there. The world is moving on without us.
You have been warned. Fuck you.
And Europe is like, you know, I think
Who
that
warned
there's
you?
probably a lot of European
Indonesia
leftists
for
that
settling
are
too
like
close to her.
taking a victory
Sorry.
lap.
But
Probably
look at
not
the city.
in, you know,
This is the
happy-
city I settled.
Yeah, she warned me over Nuremberg too.
Like, it wouldn't be close to you if you didn't settle here close to me.
Yeah.
Fuck yourself. And I'm going to take this city from you.
Hilarious.
Happy about it, but just the idea that this reliance on the United States for their security and for like to kind of outsource some of the economy to the U.S. powerhouse, like as the driver of it, is not going to end well for them. They have signed their like so much of their power over to the world's bully and the wrong side of the protection racket.
And to see it, you know, Europe originated the French Revolution, the rights of man, a lot of this stuff is a great legacy. And like you said, they trusted it to the Americans, and it's over now. They have to figure out a new way to protect what they should be proud of there, which is, you know, not obviously colonialism, stuff like that, but these individual rights. And yeah, it's a brave new world out there.
And that's what Carney was imploring there, or at the very
One of the
least
realistic
kind of
things about
signaling.
Civ is
He
the
should take
hypocrisy
he
and
should be,
irrationality of the AI.
You know, I think not proud, but it's a good look for his leadership and stewardship of Canada that he got ahead out of this and made this deal with China, because I think European countries
I'm
are going to
slowly
follow
building
suit
up my
as well.
science. Then
Hey,
I'm going
folks,
to
don't
wage
forget to
war
hit
on
the
him
subscribe
and
button.
loot all his
Like-
fucking campuses.
The fact that Congo is still here all because of Lenin.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Bro just got to the industrial era. He might be able to see oil or have flight now.
India has tanks.
Well, India's ahead, but they're not that far ahead.
Mm. The
Because
most
if you
I'll be
actually
able to
look at the
do-
tree, they're only 2 techs ahead. So if India, but
Mm.
India has a lot of science. The Congo, on the other hand, is getting 30 science per turn, and they've been halted like that for half the game. And the
Yeah.
only reason the Congo is still around is because Lenin is a dickhead.
Mm. Okay, no. So what's happened actually is I've rushed aluminium to build planes.
When pollsters
And
ask
he's-
people who they want
he's
to be
gone
the Democratic
tanks.
nominee,
So
for
I'm actually a
president in
long way from
2028,
oil.
One man is definitively leading the pack.
Well, don't worry.
Gavin Newsom. How is it possible?
But I'm going for radio to get aluminium to make planes,
I
which I'm
have
then
I
going to
have
use to
oil
take
in
out his
these
tanks.
territories. So, if
Can you
oil's
see
needed,
aluminium
I
yet?
have it. Nope, I'm not. I didn't go.
Mm,
I don't.
okay.
I normally don't go for flight
Okay. Well, I'm
because I
trying
don't because you have to
flight
go for
rush.
shipbuilding to get flight.
Ah.
I normally
Well,
go
I've-
artillery.
Yeah, okay. So I've just done something different here. Basically, where the bombards are, I deviated.
I don't
and
think I
went
can even see
for-
coal.
Okay, because I went for coal, aviation, and then aluminium, and then I'm gonna go for tanks and oil.
I knew that because I was Scythia, I could comfortably skip coal. And
Yep.
even though I'd have lower science because I'm so military focused,
Yeah.
the horseman rush that I would do would keep me holding on past the coal era into the
Yep.
atomic age.
Okay.
Possible
Because
that Gavin Newsom,
the other thing
a
I'm going to do
candidate
here is
hated
get
by progressives for
hydroelectric
being
dams
not
because I've got a
progressive
lot of
enough,
dams
hated
in my
by centrists
territory,
for being an
so I can get some
avatar of
early
coastal
power there
elitist
before getting
unelectability, and hated
oil
by
power.
conservatives for being the governor of failing California, is pulling as much as 35% when pollsters ask who Democrats would support in a future 2028 primary. This is not going to be a Newsom endorsement video or 15 to 20 minutes of constant praise, but it is going to be an exploration of that question. Why is he so successful? What does this say about the future of the Democratic Party, and what can other candidates learn from his success? The reason that Gavin Newsom is drawing so much support, even from people who don't really like him all that much, is because he is so far the only major Democratic presidential contender to understand that the battle lines of the 2028 presidential primary are not going to be the same as what we've seen for the past 10 years. Let me explain. Let's rewind. 10 years ago,
Let me
we had
explain.
the 2016 Democratic primary. The candidates were Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, and for a while, some other irrelevant people. Hillary Clinton was heir apparent. Really, she was supposed to be the nominee back in 2008, but got beat out by
a skinny kid with a funny name who believes that America has a place for him too.
So, banished from presidential ambition for 8 years, Clinton was rested and ready, and she was going to be president. enter Bernie Sanders. Clinton was the establishment pick, the clear choice, the safe option, but she was also not very exciting to many progressive voters who wished that the Obama administration was able to accomplish more than it did.
Yo,
Or
she
felt
sent
that the
me
Obama
another
administration
warning.
had not
Hilarious.
delivered on the change that
I
Obama had
think that was
promised.
about the spy
Bernie
that she
Sanders was
fucking
forthright
killed.
in
Maybe.
his support of democratic socialism and energized progressives and young people in a way that's probably best explained since I've seen the age demographics for this channel, and a lot of you probably weren't very political in 2016, by saying that it was kind of like a nationwide Zohran Mamdani moment.
Stop
Except, of course, for
moving
the
my
fact that
camera,
Bernie
you cunt.
Sanders lost the 2016 primary. Clinton won, but it was an incredibly bitter primary. There were accusations of cheating by many in the Bernie camp, and there was a feeling that he was getting screwed by the system, especially since Clinton was much more successful than Sanders with the superdelegates at the Democratic convention. The superdelegates were people that got to vote on who the Democratic nominee was because they were party insiders. This is in contrast to normal delegates that are awarded to whatever candidate wins a state's primary or caucus. Since 2016, the role of the superdelegates has been drastically reduced in the nominating process because of how controversial they were in 2016. Of course, Clinton went on to lose in 2016, but the bad blood within the party remained. Many Clinton supporters accused Bernie or busters of throwing the election to Trump by staying home or even voting for Trump because they hated Clinton so much. And of course, many Bernie supporters felt that their candidate's more aggressive agenda could have defeated Trump and that the party had prevented this from happening. So we have Trump term 1, and then in 2020, we see a similar dynamic develop in the Democratic primary, this time with Biden and Bernie. One of the big bad blood creating moments for this primary was when a lot of the centrist candidates like Buttigieg and Klobuchar dropped out and endorsed Biden, which made it easier for Biden to win states since the centrist vote wasn't split in as many ways. It's hard to overstate just how impactful the 2016 primary has been on Democratic politics for the last 10 years. Today, whenever people talk about progressives and centrists in the Democratic Party, they are in many ways talking about the spiritual successors of the Bernie and Clinton factions within the party. So many internal Democratic Party dramas in the last 10 years have really been fights between the coalitions that we began to see emerge in 2016 and were solidified in 2020. This is one of those things that you start to see everywhere once you're aware of it. Just endless relitigation of the 2016 primary. I think this is a lot of what happened with the drama around Ezra Klein's book Abundance in 2025, just as an example. So anyway, here we are today. It's 2026, 10 years since the 2016 primaries, and basically all the important pieces of the apparatus of the Democratic Party, the politicians, the activists, the PACs, the donors, understand themselves to be more or less aligned with one of these coalitions within the Democratic Party. The problem is that for a lot of the Democratic Party base, the actual voters, those coalitions, those internal party fights, the endless relitigation of the 2016 and 2020 primaries, it couldn't possibly
Make sure
be
you
more
vote for the
irrelevant.
military. Oh, you
Longtime
probably
viewers
don't
might
even. You
remember
probably
my
can't
Democratic
because you
Party
haven't done anything to
can't.
meet other civs. That's why you're in a dark age, by the way. You get points for every civ and city-state you discover. And stuff like that. Not always, but...
Political Compass video from last year. Let's take a look at a bit of that because frankly, I think I was right on the money describing where the base of the Democratic Party is at right now. I organized the Democratic Party on two axes, the progressive and conservative axis and the fight the Trump administration versus cooperate with the Trump administration axis.
Ah,
I think it's
natural
pretty clear
disaster.
at this point that the center
Great.
of gravity within the Democratic Party base is on the fight side of this compass. Here's what I had to say about the Democratic Party base back then. I'm using the No Kings protest logo just as a stand-in for where I think a lot of the Democratic Party base is right now. The No Kings protest itself was not an incredibly ideological affair. What unites a lot of the Democratic Party base right now isn't necessarily ideology. It's a general feeling that the Democratic Party is not doing enough, is not fighting hard enough. This is why I think you see a ton of people get really excited basically anytime anyone does something very visibly against the Trump administration, regardless of the ideology that's actually motivating it. This group of people is just really, really mad right now and will support any politician that's willing to be mad with them. Right after this, I encouraged everyone to keep an eye on Gavin Newsom, who even months ago I thought was really resonating with this type of Democratic Party voter whose most important issue is just opposition to the Trump administration in a very broad sense.
She
It
wants
doesn't really
Diplo
care
favor,
whether the opposition is
coal,
coming from
and
someone that's more
gold for
centrist, like
open
Cory Booker,
borders
or
and
someone
gold
like
per
Bernie
turn.
Sanders.
Fuck you.
Gavin Newsom has undeniably become
You
the
fucking
face
spit in my
of
face. What a
aggressive
cunt. I'm going to
opposition
denounce
the
her
Trump
because of that.
administration within the Democratic Party, which has made him popular, even though,
What an
as I
asshole.
put it back then, he is, I think, liberal anger
Yeah,
at
not a
the
fan.
last decade personified.
Fucking
This is
Indonesia
how I explain
gives me
why
a
he
deal that
continues to
essentially
attract
is spitting in
loyal
my
internet
face.
Foot soldiers
Yeah,
and
they do
Fuck
that.
you.
speculation about a 2028 run, despite, to my eyes anyway, being a very party machine type guy in an age of populism, and also being pretty flexible with his actual beliefs lately. So to those of us that really care about policy and want politicians that are ideologically consistent, the Newsom
Who's this
momentum might
nerd?
seem incomprehensible. But that's why I think my fight versus don't fight axis is useful. It enables us to understand why the old coalitions within the Democratic...
He blew up for making political compasses, basically, of the Democratic Party.
Boy.
And did a full analysis. And he already had a following, but that video
Hmm.
made him really blow up.
Party
Interesting.
just aren't as salient
How
We've
was the
watched
video?
the video,
Democrat
but...
today as they
No,
might
I'll
be.
pull it up for you. Like, we've watched it, but...
I vaguely remember it because I vaguely remember this guy.
He made it a little while ago.
Mm.
But
I'm
he
curious.
said it's his most popular video, so...
Guess we'll see.
It's not his most popular, but...
Hmm.
Interesting features of the American
Might be
two-party
just you. I
system
don't
is
know.
that it sucks and is confusing. Case in point, the Democratic Party is the big, broadly center-left political party in the United States, but it's made up of a bunch of different factions that don't always agree, even though all the different factions use the
Somebody
label
has to do
Democrat.
something.
This can make understanding exactly what the Democratic Party is or what it stands for a little tough, which can make American
Hey, a natural
politics
wonder
kind
discovered.
of tricky to parse.
I
for
still have an
people that don't
archer
spend all
out
day
here
reading about
exploring.
these ideological and interpersonal squabbles within the party. What I want to do here is to try
That's
and make
been on
some
Auto
sense out of
Explorer.
the factions, personalities,
They haven't
and
died.
institutional forces
Normally,
shaping
like,
the Democratic Party
of
in
my first few
2025.
initial
And I wanna
units,
do that
a-
with this
after
chart.
I
As you can see,
start
what we have
branching
here
out, I'll
is
just
a
put 'em on
political
Auto
compass,
Explorer.
a Zoomer political
Yeah.
science staple,
And then
but
they'll die
I don't think
from a
the
bar
traditional
camp somewhere.
social policy and economic policy axes really make a ton of sense here, so I'm going to change it. On the x-axis, we have left and right. If a faction is generally more progressive, they'll be on the left. If they're generally more conservative, they'll be on the right. This is within the Democratic coalition, though, so keep in mind that while someone might be on the right of this chart, that doesn't mean that they're as conservative as Mike Johnson or something. On the y-axis, we have aggressive to cautious. Longtime viewers will know that one of the big issues that I think is dividing the Democratic Party right now is how aggressive to be towards the Trump administration and Republicans in general. People closer to the aggressive side of this chart are more likely to support forceful, strident, and unwavering opposition, and people closer to the cautious side are more likely to support the ideal of bipartisanship as well as more understated, calculated political maneuvering. I promise
come on,
it will
Slowpoke.
start making sense. Let's go. Let's start with the top right quadrant. Here we have people within the Democratic coalition that are
It's been-
simultaneously a little more conservative,
How many turns
but
since
still
we started?
very anti-Trump. Pretty close
No
to
idea.
the Democratic Party's center.
I think
is
11.
the wine moms.
I'm just
depicted
having
as
fun.
A box of Franzia on the chart. Now, you don't actually have to drink wine or be a mom to be in this category, but I think that captures the vibe of the group pretty well. This category includes a lot of college-educated suburban voters, a
Well,
lot
if you
of
want
liberal religious
to, you want to
people.
continue to have fun, you need to enable me to clean up all the problems you're causing over here.
Yeah, well, I'm getting there. Relax.
Look, I
I've
got
a
it.
plan.
Daddy
I've
will
got a
take
plan.
care of you.
I've got a plan. Don't fucking worry.
Daddy
I
will
will
take
deal
care
with
of you,
India.
okay?
I just have to get my fucking aluminium. And then I will rush
Maybe you
jet
should
fighters
send a
and
scout
jet
into my
bombers,
territory, and I'll tell
and
you
I
where
will
the aluminum is.
fuck their shit up. I have skirmishes currently being made. I'm gonna send one down to you, and I'm gonna send one to my right. Yes,
People,
build a
and
house.
A lot of people with just vaguely liberal dispositions. They
They
have
build
strong
farms?
beliefs, but they also have a pretty
Yeah.
typical kind of middle class, upper middle class conservatism. In addition to having the standard set of liberal beliefs, they also value things like stability and institutional norms. Donald Trump, just as a person, is
Alright.
especially repugnant to this
Okay,
faction
finally
of the Democratic Party because of how
got that
obviously morally
city-state
deficient he
under
is.
control.
I associate this
Now that my
faction of
whole
the party
army
with
by
those,
Lenin is
if
dead.
Kamala won, we'd all be at brunch
Because
right
the
now type
Congo
signs
put
that you sometimes
emissaries
see
in there.
at protests. This group is often derided on the internet as cringe or out of touch, but you have to keep in mind that the people calling them cringe and out of touch are in many cases just their children who associate this style of politics with being embarrassing in school pickup lines. Up next, we have the top right-hand corner of the graph, people who are aggressively against Trump but are also on the conservative wing of the Democratic coalition. Irving Kristol, a man that I've seen referred to as the father of neoconservatism, has a quote that goes something like, a neoconservative is a liberal that's been mugged by reality. But in 2025, it looks like a resist liberal might be a neoconservative that's been mugged by reality, because this is the land of the refugees from the Never Trump Republican movement. These are conservatives that have, over the last 10 years,
Okay.
become so disgusted with Trump.
I have
and
now
the
marked
Republican
all
Party
his
since Trump that
campuses.
They are, in effect or in actuality, just Democrats.
Once I get
If you find it
planes
hard to
and I
believe
can
that
defend
this
against
kind of
tanks.
person could exist, take a look at what the Lincoln Project, which is a Never Trump
Gandhi
Republican
won't be able to
organization,
hurt
put
you.
out recently.
Don't worry about his tanks. Just buy ranged units and keep them in your city. He won't
Right.
know what to do. He's not Lenin, who besieged my city, even though I should have upgraded that governor that prevented the siege earlier.
Upset by Alligator Alcatraz. Just wait. Because when the Trump era ends, we're keeping it open for folks like Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, and Tom Homan. We're even keeping it open for the state and federal agents who abuse their power. You built this, MAGA, and some of you will enjoy the view from inside the wire.
Threatening to throw Trump officials and ICE agents into the prison that they're building down in Florida is more aggressive than the rhetoric you'll get from like 80% of Democrats and certainly from almost every single elected Democrat. The Bulwark is another good example of a group of Never Trump conservatives that support the Democratic Party these days. Here's Bill Kristol, writer and former chief of staff to Vice President Dan Quayle, and my mutual on Blue Sky, talking about what he'd like to see happen to the Department of Homeland Security.
DHS, really, I sort of have come around to defunding ICE about a month or two ago, but now I'm just on the defund DHS thing. Would this country ultimately be safer if there were no DHS?
So pretty aggressive in terms of strategy and feelings about Trump and the Republican Party, but still conservatives at heart. I live in Texas, and I know a lot of people.
They'll
like
probably
this,
pick
people
city
who were
center.
Basically, lifelong
But if
Republicans
you want
but could not
something else-
stand Donald Trump. This faction is interesting because I think over time
Do
they've
encampments.
definitely become a little more liberal.
Okay.
I think as they've become more comfortable around liberals and as they've continued to become more and more disgusted
pick
basically with their former
industrial.
party. Before I go on, don't forget to like the video and subscribe if you feel so inclined. Let me know in the comments where you'd put a politician or news
Because I think
outlet or
the city-state
institution
you
of your
took was an
choice on this
industrial
chart.
one as well.
Okay, next, we're going to do
So you'll get the bonus from
conservative
that.
and cautious quadrant. These are
I don't know if
people,
that's how it works.
organizations, and institutions that are within the
Oh,
Democratic
never mind, it
coalition, but
wasn't.
generally favor
Buenos
political
Aires, it was
strategy
a
that emphasizes
militaristic one.
Political
Never mind.
norms, bipartisanship, as
But
well
I've
as
got
a slightly
suzerain
more
of
conservative
Hong Kong,
agenda.
which is an
First, we
industrial
have
one.
Democratic leadership, represented here by Chuck Schumer. What really defines Schumer and a lot of the Democratic leadership in 2025 to me is how
that
reticent they've been to have really
Is
direct
that he sucks?
conflict with the Trump administration. Schumer, for example, was not willing to force a government shutdown earlier this year over a budget bill that had pretty wide opposition from within the Democratic Party. One of the big things that you'll hear from this faction of Democrats is talk about basically anything that Trump does being a distraction. Here's Nancy Pelosi talking about the Epstein case being a distraction, for example.
Is it your sense there's anything the president can do now to get his supporters to move off of the Epstein issue? Should he? Where do you land on this?
You know, again, this is a distraction.
Tic-tac-toe.
Again, whether
A
it's
winner.
Jeffrey Epstein or Alcatraz, it's all off the subject of what they're doing with this budget that is harmful to the kitchen table, meeting the kitchen table needs of the American people.
This faction of the Democratic Party really does not seem to think that voters care about that sort of thing and wants to focus more on kitchen table issues. If you've seen my video about the polling addiction that some politicians have, you'll be familiar with Chuck Schumer's methods of trying to divine the will of the American median voter via imaginary friend. Schumer's also said, when asked what the Democratic Party's strategy is for combating the Trump administration, that he wants to wait until Trump messes up enough that his approval falls in the polls enough that Republican politicians stop being too afraid to work with Democrats. Implicit in this strategy, I think, is a pretty high value placed on working across the aisle, so to speak. This point about polling brings me to the journalist Matthew Iglesias. I have a picture of him below Schumer here, less as a representation of him personally as a guy, and more as a representation of this idea called popularism, which is the idea that the Democratic Party needs to de-emphasize issues that polls show as being unpopular for Democrats. The key example of this kind of thinking from recent memory was popularists like Iglesias discouraging Democrats from talking about the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia too much because it was connected to the immigration issue, which was unpopular for Democrats at the time. I think this argument is maybe theoretically important to consider, especially whenever you're running up against a time crunch scenario like around
Yeah,
an
that's
election.
my next thing,
But
is
with the
going
benefit
for
of hindsight,
fascism.
I think we can also see that case,
Need that
Kilmar
military
Abrego
strength.
Garcia case, and really the Democratic Party's reaction to the Trump administration's actions on immigration in general have actually made the Trump administration pull worse on immigration by intentionally emphasizing and shining a light on some of the worst examples. Democrats seem to have made Americans see the Trump administration's actions on immigration in a more negative light. Within this same quadrant, but further to the right, we have the Blue Dog Caucus. The Blue Dog Caucus is basically for more conservative Democrats. If I'm being honest, lately the Blue Dog or conservative Democrat label has felt more just like a signaling mechanism to mean I'm not like the National Democratic Party, because the National Democratic Party brand is so toxic in a lot of this country. This fits with how they describe themselves on the website of their co-chair, Mary Gluesenkamp-Perez. They say they are pragmatic Democrats, appealing to the mainstream values of the American public. The Blue Dogs are dedicated to pursuing fiscally responsible policies, ensuring a strong national defense, and transcending party lines to get things done for the American people. So you'd be hard-pressed to find an elected Democrat that would just outright say that they don't care about the budget or the national defense. That's pretty boilerplate stuff. But the parts about the
My war
mainstream
weariness.
values of the American public,
I've been at war for
transcending party lines, should
more
tell
than
you a
half
little
the
about
game,
what they're trying
probably.
to do here. It's a very localistic brand of politics as well. Here's Jared Golden and Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez talking about this exact thing.
We come from a place-based politics. We're not reading the party line. We're reading things that matter to our constituents.
People will look at a Blue Dog and say, like, oh, like they're conservative or something. But really, at the end of the day, I think many of the decisions we make are rooted in that loyalty to the communities that we represent.
Don't
So you
tempt
can
me
count
into
on Blue
declaring
Dogs to
war
be
on you,
a little more
bitch.
conservative than other Democrats in terms of their policy. Very
Who,
much
Indonesia?
interested
I'll join.
in signaling their
No, I
independence
can't
from
right
the
now.
National Party or allegiance to conservative.
I'm literally
cultural
fighting
practices
Lenin.
in very highly visible ways. You can also count on Blue Dogs to be incredibly interested in securing some funding for their district or state so they can go back home and say, I know you don't like Democrats, but don't you like this bridge that I got built for you? In the bottom right-hand corner of the chart, we have the logo for the Teamsters. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters is a labor union that is known for representing people that work in fields related to transportation of people and goods. But in truth, the union is more broad than that, and they represent workers in a ton of different fields. They are a very powerful union in their own right, but I'm using them here as a stand-in for a lot of
Sorry.
labor unions that are right now
Give me a
caught
minute.
in a tricky bind between a membership that more supports Donald Trump and an institutional history and sometimes leadership that leans more towards the Democratic Party. About 60% of Teamsters in an internal poll wanted the union to endorse Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Ultimately, the union decided not to endorse anyone at all. Tariffs are also an area where some unions have chafed with Democrats lately, as Trump's tariff regime rapidly polarizes Democratic voters
Vote
against
for
the
this.
Is it a
idea
war
of
emergency? I
protectionism.
can't.
This has put
It's not
some
letting me.
unions that have historically supported some tariffs, but also have a good relationship
It'll give
with the
me
Democratic
more
Party in
of
a
an
pretty awkward
advantage
position.
against
Now, it's not necessarily the same
Lenin
story
later.
for unions that represent more traditionally white-collar type work, but
I haven't
I'd say
even
these
met
kinds of
Lenin. You could
things
if
are
you-
playing
yeah,
out
'cause-
across
yeah,
a lot
'cause
of
you need
different
to
unions
scout, bro.
that represent more traditionally blue-collar
I never never
work
do.
right now. I definitely don't want to overstate
Like the
things
game
here.
that
I'd
I'm
say
playing in the
organized labor as a
solo
whole
as
is still
Germany,
definitely
I
within the
have
Democratic
not
coalition,
looked
but
left
this is
or
why the
right of me.
Teamsters
I have
are
only
where they
conquered
are
the
on
land
the
that I have
Moving
seen.
to the top left-hand corner of the compass, we have people who favor aggressive stances and
Until
action against
until I
Trump
didn't.
and the Republicans, while
Until
also
she wanted to
holding
take my
positions that
city
puts them
state
on
and
the
waged
more
war
progressive
against it, so
side
I
of the
fucking
Democratic
destroyed
Party.
her
As close
entire
as you can
civ.
get to the middle here while still being in this corner, we have Ezra Klein, who is here not just representing himself, but also basically whatever you think
And then
of,
I
whatever
nuked
you
the
think
fuck
the
out of
liberal
America.
media. It's Ezra Klein, but it's also stuff like Pod Save America, a lot
Failed.
of the mainstream news
voted
catering to
against
liberals.
it? I
who
saw
I
that.
think
Oh my
absolutely
God, the
anti-Trump
Congo
and
voted in favor
anti-Republican
of it.
while still
That would've been
maintaining
so
an
funny.
air of Washington D.C. style respectability and intellectualism. People here like to think of themselves as progressive, but also pragmatic. This is where Numbers Fuckstein from the last video would be if he was on this chart. A lot of elected Democrats, the ones that you don't hear about on a day-to-day basis in the news, probably go here, I think. Elected Democrats that live in this zone, I think, would have been very into the idea of holding up those little signs at the State of the Union, and the fact that a lot of the Democratic base thought that this was not enough probably freaked a few of them out, actually. There's a few Democrats who I think I would have put in this spot at the beginning of the Trump administration, but I think have been emboldened to take more aggressive action, specifically because the base is demanding it. Cory Booker, I think, is a good example here. He's not
Military alliance.
traditionally thought of
Accept
as
my
some
deal.
firebrand radical, but he staged a record-breaking 25-hour filibuster to protest the Trump administration.
Oh, you
which
already
I think was
cleared the
very
Bob Camp. Great.
popular among the
Fuck.
base of the Democratic Party. Senator Van Hollen, who flew to El Salvador to
You're
basically get proof of life for Kilmar Brady
Gandhi is
Garcia,
warning
is
me.
another good example.
I can't
Both
say
of these
no.
guys seem to understand.
Why would I want a
the
military
kinds of
alliance
things
with
the
you?
Democratic Party base wants to be seeing.
You're not
from
at
its
war
leaders
with the
right
people
now.
I'm at war with.
Highly visible opposition that doesn't feel.
You'll
but
just
you
drag
still
me
get the
into shit that I
bonuses.
don't have time
Just
for.
north
No,
of the
we have to
Ezra
be at war
Klein
with the same
photo, we
enemy.
have the logo for the No Kings protests. I'm
I
using
see.
the No Kings
Interesting.
protest logo just as a stand-in for where I think a lot of the Democratic Party base is right now. The No Kings protest itself was not an incredibly ideological affair. It was very much a big tent anti-Trump thing. I went to one and saw basically
free
every
city?
kind of person, every ideological persuasion was well represented. I saw union
Amazing.
people, I saw resist libs. There were
Do you
even
want
some
help?
anarchists that had set up a table. I'm putting it slightly on the progressive side, but
It's
really
flipping to
what
me
united
anyway.
that protest and what unites a lot of the Democratic Party base right now
Oh, cool.
isn't
You'll get that
necessarily
wonder as well.
ideology. It's a general feeling that the Democratic Party is not doing enough, is not fighting hard
Yeah,
enough.
the
This is
natural
why
wonder I
think you
wanted
see
to
a ton of
settle
people
next
get
to begin
really
with.
excited basically
Mm-hmm.
anytime anyone does something very visibly against the Trump administration, regardless of the ideology that's actually motivating it. I'll see people in this camp cheer on AOC and Bernie's fighting oligarchy rallies one day, and then cheering on Gavin Newsom threatening to do a super gerrymander in California if Republicans try and do one in Texas.
I am
This
going
group
to
of
put
people is
a
just
city center
really,
right there
really mad right
on
now,
this
and
gold
will support
here.
any politician that's willing to be mad.
think
But
that should be
briefly, I want to
fine.
touch on Gavin Newsom because he occupies
Well,
a
I'm
kind
not
of
going to
interesting
send
space right now
send
within the
settlers
party, I
to the
think.
east
He
probably
is
for a
an
while.
institutional Democrat. He is not some
Okay.
insurgent populist candidate. The man is a political animal of the highest order, born out of the California Democratic machine. Lately, he's clearly been trying to make some sort of pivot towards the center, but he's also governor of California, so I don't think he's ever going to be able to pull off moderate. So if he's like this, then who is the Newsom constituency? Well, I think if there is a hard core to Governor Bateman, it's that he really hates
Bateman?
the Republican Party. Check
He's
out some of
talking
these
about
clips.
Gavin Newsom.
Literally the worst
Governor Bateman?
Forgive me.
Everyone says this.
Mississippi and Texas.
Oh, that's great. A cuck? That sounds about right. Nobody wants my luxury resources.
Well, it's a response
Gotta meet
to
more
Stephen
people.
Chung in the White House. and
I'm
his
getting-
use
I'm
of-
People
working
you're
on
on
I don't think they
luxuries
understand any other kind of
are
language,
continent-based.
But 9 out of the 10 dependent states,
So they have
welfare
the same
states,
luxuries
are
as you.
Trump states. The donor states disproportionately the blue states. 71% of the country's GDP comes from blue counties. These same crack-up counties with all these crazy liberals that can't get out of their own goddamn way, and the world's come to an end. It's 71% of the economy of the goddamn country, man.
These are just a couple examples, but you get the sense basically anytime you hear him talk that there is some real venom there for the Republican Party. He hates the people that run the Republican Party, the people that fund it, the people that govern on behalf of it. He hates the results that it has produced. He's also had some very high-profile conflicts with the Trump administration lately regarding the Trump administration sending the National Guard and Marines to protests in LA, as well as the Trump administration threatening to withhold disaster aid from California. He is, I think, liberal anger at the last decade personified. And this is how I explain why he continues to attract loyal internet foot soldiers and endless speculation about a 2028 run, despite, to my eyes anyway, being a very party machine type guy in an age of populism, and also being pretty flexible with his actual beliefs lately. Okay, moving on to a tendency that you mostly just see online, but one that I think is worth noting anyway, because I think it has potential future cultural implications. Biden with laser eyes making finger guns on my political compass here represents dark woke. Dark woke, I think, is best understood as a total rejection of civility politics from the left. You'll see people referencing dark woke when talking about the recent trend of Democrats performatively cursing, but this isn't really it. There is a lot of cursing, a lot of name calling, that sort of thing. But more than that, dark woke is basically trying to adapt right-wing troll culture, but for the left, while attempting to aggressively assert cultural superiority over American conservatives. It's a reaction both to the modern culture of the right wing, which is incredibly supportive of trollish behavior, even from prominent politicians and influencers, and it's also a reaction to the sort of typical Democrat, when they go low, we go high response to insult and bad behavior from Republicans. Here's a post with 8.5 million views and 144,000 likes on Twitter that I think is reflective of dark woke. Okay, finally, we move on to the rose logo of the Democratic Socialists of America. This is people like Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and of course the current darling of this faction, Democratic nominee for mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani. This faction is generally progressive socially, but they're more defined by their economic agenda. Zohran Mamdani, for instance, won the Democratic primary for mayor of New York off of a platform that really emphasized things like a rent freeze for people living in rent-stabilized units, making buses free, and a pilot program for city-owned grocery stores to make groceries cheaper. Most of this faction has also been very aggressive with its opposition to the Trump administration. The Fighting Oligarchy Tour is a series of rallies across the country headlined by AOC and Bernie, just as an example. This faction also has beef with the more establishment factions of the Democratic Party. The feeling is definitely mutual.
I can't send my fucking scout through unless you give me open borders. What do you mean?
Establishment type Democrats in New York have taken to calling the more Democratic Socialist challengers in primaries team gentrification. Team gentrification is also an insult that you would only hear inside one of these internal Democratic Party fights. I just think that's so funny. Anyway,
I'll wait until next time.
That phrase reflects that Mamdani turned out young progressives who, according to unofficial election data, were largely whiter and wealthier as a whole than the longtime residents of the districts represented by Jeffries and by others being targeted for primaries. But it also speaks to the resentment that many Democratic politicians in the nation's largest city and in places around the country that aren't as deep blue as New York have at being told by Mamdani supporters that there's a new reality that they all now need to adapt to, and quickly. I go back and forth about how important the actual Democratic Socialists of America organization is to this faction. Surely it's important somewhat. Sometimes they seem relatively politically savvy and capable. Sometimes they seem to get stuck in that Monty Python parody of leftists.
Judean People's Front. For the People's Front of Judea. Judean People's Front. Wankers.
Certainly, though, the Democratic Socialist faction as a whole is influential. According to one poll, AOC, when respondents were asked in an open-ended question about which Democratic leader they thought best represents the core values of the party, came in first with 10% of the vote, and Bernie Sanders came in second with 9%. I think it's also worth noting that this faction is where most of the prominent pro-Palestine activists within the Democratic Party are right now, but feelings about Palestine are improving across the Democratic Party. On to the final quadrant. This one should be...
That cannon took forever to get over there, and it's about to die in one turn.
And more willing to collaborate with the Trump administration or Republicans. I think there's two groups that really come to mind here. First, there's the kind of likes RFK Jr. section. I think people sometimes forget that RFK Jr. has been around doing his sort of anti-vax thing for a while. I think sometimes people also forget that there was a time when being anti-vax and being really into wellness, super skeptical of medicine, that sort of crunchy vibe that RFK Jr. tries to exude, wasn't just an exclusively right-wing thing. It was left-wing hippie-coded thing as well. A lot of those types of people still exist, and the ones that didn't just become Trump supporters with RFK Jr. go in this category. The other category in the progressive/cautious quadrant is what I'm calling the fell for it again zone. People don't typically inhabit this zone permanently or for very long. This is generally something you slip into briefly from one of the other quadrants. Every once in a while, some national conservative type politician will come along and talk about how we really shouldn't be cutting Medicaid actually, or how Lena Khan was actually great at FTC because she was going after big tech or something like that. And some people will get way too excited about this before the football is inevitably yanked away. I saw how some of you were talking about Tucker Carlson whenever he was grilling Ted Cruz about Iran. This type of thing was happening a lot more at the beginning of the second Trump administration, I think, even among people who are very much on the aggressive side of the political compass here today. It always surprises me how much it seems to surprise other people when the right-wing populists make some comment about how they hate international corporations or whatever. This isn't to say that there's nothing to criticize about corporations. There definitely is. But if you're a progressive, you should know that the reason that the national conservatives will occasionally talk about hating some corporations isn't because they just finished reading Capital. They haven't suddenly discovered class consciousness. They hate some corporations for the same reason they hate universities. They see them both essentially as exporters of cosmopolitan liberalism. Okay, so that's all the different factions on my chart, but there's something important I should say here really quickly. This video mostly talks about ideological factions, but it's important to remember that most people don't actually experience politics through the lens of careful ideological analysis or even this sort of silly thing like I'm doing here. There are tons of other ways to frame politics that might be more salient for people than ideology. People's various identities, things like religion,
National
race,
parks don't do
profession,
anything.
gender, class.
They
all of
boost,
these things can do impact politics.
they boost,
Professional political people also experience politics directly through their friends and
aluminium,
colleagues. Just as an example,
whatever that one is,
if you
radio.
hear someone refer to Obama world or
you just
Biden world with reference to different camps of people within the Democratic Party, what they're talking about are basically different
I also decided
networks
to make one
people
of
that
these
work in and around those
anti-cav German
campaigns and
units,
administrations.
just in
I can
case one
tell
of these
you that
tanks
working in a
decides
political
to
office or in
try something
professional
funny.
politics with someone can build some bonds that transcend exact ideology. These are all topics for
a hard
another
bargain.
video though, and anyway,
But I'm gonna
analyzing
do it
things like
because
this
it's
is
funny.
kinda fun. So how would you organize the different...
I made peace with the Congo, had them cede the 2 cities I hold, which one is about to rebel, and then I paid them a shitload of gold to declare war on the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
So hopefully, they don't have a military, the Congo, right? So, but I'm
Yeah.
hoping it will pull Lenin towards their shit. So I can just run in and hit this city hard.
Yeah.
different factions of the Democratic Party.
a
Where
good
would
plan.
you put famous Democrats on a chart like this? Let me know. Also, if you've made it this far, I've had a few people ask me if they can support me and the channel. So I have created a YouTube membership thing. Check that out if you're interested. I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching.
What time is it? I'm gonna have to go pretty
Be
soon.
for politicians and extremely political people. There's a new set of issues, or at least a new issue, that's at play when it comes to defining the Democratic coalition. And Newsom is appealing to voters not because he's a progressive, not because he's a centrist. He's appealing to a lot of Democratic voters because a lot of Democratic voters' most important issue is just visible, aggressive opposition to the Trump administration. They don't really care where it comes from ideologically. And he is constantly making an effort to thrust himself into the spotlight as the Democratic Party's most visible attack dog. Let's take a look at a couple examples.
That's
Starting
true.
out most recently, Newsom went to Davos, Switzerland to basically heckle the Trump administration at the World Economic Forum. He handed out Trump's signature series knee pads.
You're running around giving knee pads to CEOs, and I think it
I'm not
does.
handing them out.
And it
Though
does.
I do have a few, if you'd like.
And
I don't know.
And honestly, it sounds. And
By the way, I'm not kidding. They're
Are they gold-plated?
Signature series knee pads. Yeah, and they are available online.
Why aren't they gold?
Sold out.
It's just red, mega red with his signature on it. They're probably not gold because they're just shitty knee pads, and he didn't want to spend too much on the political stunt. and they probably had stock colors, and one of them was red, and then it said upload your graphic, and he put Donald Trump's signature, and boom.
And
I just want to sort
this
of...
is a serious moment. We laugh. Anyway, these are available and in bulk too.
And his press office was tweeting clips with captions like, "Red states are failed states." Now, did this in itself actually accomplish anything? Absolutely not. But it got people talking about Gavin Newsom and opposition to the Trump administration, both at home in people's feeds and on their TVs, and in the rooms at Davos, where some very rich and important people are currently wishing that the president of the United States wasn't currently threatening a NATO ally and putting tariffs on everything. Another example, Gavin Newsom pushed a redistricting ballot measure through in California, which was intended to counter the Republican mid-decade gerrymander in Texas. There was a lot of debate about how this would play at the time. Would it make Democrats look hypocritical for complaining about gerrymandering as they were doing gerrymandering? Gavin Newsom took the fight fire with fire approach, and he was successful, provided it isn't stopped by the courts. The California redistricting effort will make it possible for Democrats to flip 5 Republican-held seats in the House of Representatives.
People in tactical gears sent out to intimidate a community that is already on edge. But you see, as we speak, people are still in line. People waiting up 3 hours to cast their vote, to send a message to Donald Trump. No crowns, no thrones, no kings.
This was a substantive action, one that made Newsom look like he was serious about using whatever powers he had to fight the Trump administration. And it was also a break from the kind of Democratic Party that in the past we might expect to shy away from that kind of aggressive action. There's more examples of Newsom acting as a kind of interim unofficial opposition leader, even before Trump's second term started. Remember the Newsom-DeSantis debate?
Ron has literally the worst mental health system in America, forgive me, outside of Mississippi and Texas.
He is always looking for a viral moment about him being opposed to the Republican Party, which brings me to social media, the other big way that Newsom has attracted attention as a leading Democratic attack dog.
Recently, the press office called Stephen Miller a cuck on Twitter. How do you differentiate yourself from Trump if you're using state and personal social media accounts to name call and attack him?
Well, it's a response to Stephen Chung in the White House and his use of that word. I don't think they understand any other kind of language, so I have no apologies for standing tall and firm and pushing back. I will assert myself as I feel fit.
Just wanted to say, if you're enjoying this video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can see more stuff like it. I'd really appreciate your help getting to my next big milestone of 25,000 subscribers. I know it's a big one, but I'd really appreciate your help getting there. Okay, back to the video. We talked about this briefly earlier, but the Gavin Newsom press office account is basically a reflection of the kind of rhetoric the Trump administration has been employing against Democrats for the past 10 years. Of course, when Press Newsom claims that the press account is all about holding up a mirror to how insane the president's actions are, that's true. The fact that people freak out when Newsom goes crazy on Twitter and don't really care when Trump does reveals a double standard. But I think anyone that's really paying attention to the reaction that Newsom's gotten from those posts on that account know that people aren't just enjoying it because it's ironically mimicking the Trump administration or whatever. People just like it. People like it because it's the first time a Democratic politician has really gotten in the mud. And a lot of people enjoy that stuff. It feels good to watch someone that's on your side just go nuts. This is not a sentiment that shows up in elite media much. But the truth is, a lot of Democrats are so tired of being told that they have to constantly understand or restrain their vitriol for an administration.
She
that
put a
openly
Diplo-quarter
hates
here
them.
to stabilize
This
it.
is the demographic that is really
Does that work?
excited by the Newsom social media presence. Now, I will say
government
something
plaza,
that
yes.
challenges the narrative that I'm building here is the Gavin Newsom podcast. In these podcasts, he does not always come
pretty
off
sure.
as a
I'm
ruthless
building
attack dog.
trebuchet
He's
cause.
certainly willing to go
Just
back
in
and forth
case.
a bit. But just as an example, Newsom got a lot of flack online recently for giving Ben Shapiro
What did you
many
just
people
build there?
thought was a bit of a softball
bank?
interview. I think what's happening here is Newsom
Ooh,
is trying to
are you telling me
establish
that there's
some
gold
credibility
right
as
over my
someone
border that I can loot?
understands
Great.
the enemy. I'm pretty
Is
sure
that
these
another
interviews
campus?
with right-wingers are designed
Another
to give him the
campus?
credibility to talk about how since he understands MAGA,
More science
he
for me to loot?
understands how to defeat MAGA. better than any other
Aluminium.
candidate.
Let's
You
see if there's any
occasionally
fucking
already hear him
aluminium in
talk
my
like this. The
territory,
interviews
huh?
also helpfully give him the opportunity to create some clippable
I built
moments
my
and
encampment on one.
backtrack on some policy positions that he now thinks make him look a little too progressive. This is a problem for
Uh-oh.
people who care.
Oh
about
no, I don't have
policy
the
and
gold to buy
consistency.
those
But I
tiles.
think Newsom is making a bet that most Democrats value him for his opposition and attack dog status more than for
Okay.
his ideological consistency. Time will tell if he's right about this bet, but the polls seem to show that he's been right about this so far. Another thing about Gavin Newsom that's worth spending at least a little bit of time on is his image, the image of Gavin Newsom. He looks like he would play the president in a movie. I don't know how to quantify this, but even the weirdo right talks about this. Here's that kid Clavicular talking to Michael Knowles.
In like this next election cycle, who's going to win? It's going to be Gavin Newsom against JD Vance because JD Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom mugs.
JD Vance is subhuman?
Yeah.
Personally, I think the right-wing boosting of Newsom is being taken way, way, way too seriously by some people. So, you know, take this for what it's worth. But I thought I should at least mention that his Patrick Bateman energy is clearly having some impact on how people perceive him. But anyway, one of the struggles of the post-2024 election Democratic Party has been finding an issue that unites the party. There's always talk about building a big tent, but part of this is figuring out what the tent pole is going to be, if that makes sense. Gavin Newsom does not fit neatly into the post-2016 progressive/centrist dichotomy. He seems to change his actual policy positioning to fit the moment. Sometimes he's a progressive champion, sometimes he's the sensible centrist, depends on the weather. The proposition of Gavin Newsom is that primary voters do not actually care the most about this. And what they actually care most about is being aggressively opposed to the Trump administration in whatever capacity is possible. In the post-2016 understanding of the Democratic Party, there's a left lane and a centrist lane that candidates have to try their best to fill in order to have a shot at winning the primary. I think in this understanding of the Democratic Party, all the left-right shape-shifting could pose a serious problem for Newsom. But what I think his success so far reveals is that there's going to be at least one more lane up for grabs in 2028 that right now none of the other serious 2028 Democratic presidential contenders is pursuing. The most visible opponent of the Trump administration lane. You might not see it yet, but I'm telling you, don't be surprised when on the 2028 debate stage, candidates are asked questions like, would you tear down the Trump White House ballroom? These are the kinds of things that might seem irrelevant to professional political people, but to a lot of the Democratic Party base, they won't seem irrelevant. They'll seem symbolic of how far a candidate is willing to go to root out the corruption and abuses of the Trump era. So where does this leave us for the next 3 years? Well, it's a long time to 2028 and a lot can happen. It could be the Democrats get tired of Newsom's shtick. Personally, I think while it's possible that Democrats just get tired of him, I think that the role that he's currently playing within the Democratic Party will always have some fans. Even if it's not him, you could imagine another Democrat acting very similarly. Frankly, I think this is exactly what's going to be one of Newsom's big long-term challenges, because while he might be the first Democrat to really successfully tap into the new priorities of the Democratic coalition, he absolutely will not be the last. And it might turn out that some Democrats just prefer someone who's able to be as aggressive as Gavin, but is much more consistent when it comes to policy. I think it's also true that by 2028, a successful Democratic presidential candidate isn't simply going to be able to run as opposed to the Trump administration. They're going to need a real positive vision for what the party and country should be like, defined on their own terms. It's possible that Newsom just isn't able to be anything other than a Trump-era politician. It's possible that someone who seems totally disconnected from the last 10 years will be preferred by voters. Maybe their vision will feel fresh and forward-looking in a way that someone who spends 4 years as a partisan mudslinger just cannot match. It's too early to tell. Many of the events that will come to define the 2028 election have not happened yet, frankly. But it's not too early to say that the shape of the Democratic coalition is not the same as it was 10 years ago. Right now, Democrats want someone who is willing to do what Newsom is doing. And until someone else fills that role or voters get tired of it, expect Newsom to continue polling well. Thank you so much for watching. Are there any other
That's fair.
potential 2028 contenders that I should make a video about? Let me know in the comments.
An interesting
don't forget to
video.
subscribe to the channel so you can see more stuff like this. I also want to take a moment to thank all my channel members. You make this possible. Your support is so appreciated. If you want to become a channel member and support me directly, hit the join button below the video or on my channel page. Thank you so much. I will see you next time.
We're talking about something very serious today. Throughout the video, you're going to see my shirt changes. It's not some kind of like crazy, wacky, you know, magic trick from America's Got Talent or anything. I actually filmed this video earlier this morning when the story first broke. It's the killing of Alex Preddy in Minnesota at the hands of border agents. And I made the video, but I was pretty heated.
Hey,
and I wanted
John.
to kind of simmer down and take a break.
Do you
so
remember
I went out
a couple years ago when people were like, hey, ICE's reach goes about 100 kilometers from
that this is
the coast and airports.
Unjustified killing
This
of
is an
American
issue.
citizen here. And it seems like
And people were like, don't be worried.
execution stems from
If
them
you've got nothing to
finding
hide,
out
you've
that
got
he had a
nothing
gun
to
on his
worry
person.
about.
His Second Amendment rights. In all of the videos that exist, there is not a single moment where he is reaching for the gun, brandishing it, threatening with it, or anything at all, and we have video that shows the entire interaction from start to finish. His name was Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old nurse who worked in the ICU at Minneapolis VA healthcare system, and according to the police chief, he is a U.S. citizen with no prior interactions with law enforcement outside of a couple of traffic
Interesting.
tickets, and believed to be a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So for him to lose his life being shot multiple times by these agents, all because of him exercising his Second Amendment rights, which again, he wasn't trying to use as an intimidation tactic on the officers or anything like that. When they were beating him on the ground, pistol whipping him on the ground, they happened to see that he had a gun, apparently. He wasn't throwing it at them as like a threat or something, or brandishing it or anything. He simply had it on him, which he was well within his right to do, and he got murdered for it. This is completely unacceptable, and the fucking drones that are somehow like parading around like this is some kind of victory or something is sickening. It should be viewed as treasonous by...
Also, the gun they posted was a SIG. What are the odds... Okay, now this is a real crazy thing. What are the odds that it's a negligent discharge just because it was a SIG?
A SIG? I mean, it's
I
an
don't know
interesting
if
question.
that's officially the gun.
But that's the one they
that
posted?
they've posted.
Interesting.
By any real Americans when you see this footage. And they had the gall to say that Alex Preddy was like the instigator, labeling him a domestic terrorist I saw from a couple of places, claiming that he approached these agents with a 9mm. He approached them with a gun looking to start shit. But that is not true. In all of the videos you see, he has a phone in his hands. Not a gun in his hands, he has a phone in his hands. No
as we
sane
know,
person would...
It doesn't matter because
He already has TDS, so...
the guy
He's
who
unstable.
gunned down Renee Good also had a phone in his hand, you see? There's a connection here.
I'm not following.
Like it's just ridiculous that the fucking like the phone, like again, it's just another thing. It's like the toy guns. They're always like, oh, they have a gun. It's shoot first, ask questions later. Like this is not how policing is done. This is how occupying forces treat the civilian population of countries they're occupying. This isn't normal. I guess it might be normal for the US, but this isn't normal. Like, this is not a normal thing. People should not treat this as a normal thing. It's absurd. But, like, this is a constant trend that you always see, is, like, the cops will be like, oh, by the way, they had something in their hand. We can't confirm that it was a gun, but it was definitely a gun. That's why we shot. Oh, that acorn that got dropped on the car, gunshot.
Well, I mean, squirrels are deadly.
Like, cops are notorious for not being able to determine what the fuck is going on. They should be the last people that should be given guns. He was literally filming, huh? Gun was taken off him. He didn't have the gun at the time. Is that what we gathered?
Yeah.
Because as far as I'm concerned, that's what I got, and that's pretty cool. And if what you're saying is correct, and there was an ND from another cop with his gun, and they killed him for it, no investigation is going to show that that's actually what happened. Great musician. Okay, once this cav is done and I call them, I'm gonna declare war on India and loot his shit. Nice. And I just got suzerain of Buenos Aires, which means the city-state's going to go to war with him right in the middle of his territory. I have a message. I love a leader who is surrounded by an impressive military. You better believe it. Just wait a second. I'll get there. It's a work in progress.
Build an entertainment complex for another envoy in Buenos Aires.
Train an infantry. Recruit a great rider. Can't afford it. India's going to get the next one. Continue getting them. Enemy sabotage production. Munich.
Yeah, sabotage production takes out the entire industrial zone.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's very powerful.
Damn. Lucky it's only one turn to repair it all. Damn, I can't buy a spy with faith. God damn it. Okay.
She's trying so hard to get a settler through.
Mm.
So she doesn't lose this city. Suck my dick, Lenin.
Oh, bing bing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to go very soon, maybe 10 minutes.
Just hurry up.
Yep.
Would ever mistake a phone for a gun. This is blatantly obvious what they're trying to do. And it's something they've been doing a lot recently. Trying to tell you that what you're seeing isn't real. Trust their words, not your eyes. That is completely fucking...
Hold on. Hmm. Hmm. I don't see it. But don't believe your eyes.
Oh, on here? No, it wouldn't be.
Did you make it?
Possibly. No. No, I didn't. But it would be on the drive, not here.
No, I have them all on my computer though.
Oh. No, you definitely made them.
I wonder where I put it. Hey.
I love Hitler.
Outrageous, and people are willingly doing it. That's the craziest part. There are people that are like, oh, I saw he had his phone, but if they say it was a gun, well, that must have been a gun. I cannot believe we've reached this level of brainwashing. There are so many angles of this, and in every single one of them, you can see he has his phone in his hand, and at no point during this interaction did he ever, like, pull a gun on them or anything. And in fact, in one of the angles, you can even clearly see that the agents actually took the gun from him prior to him being shot. You can actually see what looks to be one of the agents disarming him, taking the gun out of its holster and running away with the gun prior to him being shot.
Unfucking real.
And if that wasn't definitive, there is something even more clear that I think is
There's a
completely
gunshot.
irrefutable for anyone that's actually looking. An agent takes Alex's gun out of its holster in front of the agent that pulls out his gun and shoots him. So he can see the gun has been taken out of the holster. And it is clear Alex Preddy has both hands on the ground. He does not have a gun in them. And an agent reaches in and takes it out of the holster right before another agent pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back. Just in case you somehow missed it, look, the agent in gray has his hand on Alex's weapon, which is still holstered. It was never unholstered. This agent takes it out of its holster before he runs away with it, and the officer right next to him is the one that pulls out his gun and shoots him. And now I want to show you the clearest video that shows everything that happened here and how it doesn't go how the authorities are saying that it did. That was Alex Preddy you saw walk by the camera right there. He has his phone in his hand, and then with his other hand, his open hand, no gun in it, is waving cars through. There is clearly no brandishing of a firearm here. He is not approaching agents with a gun or anything like that, and you will never see anything even remotely close to that happen.
Okay. I'm doing it.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Alright. Grievances.
In this section,
Now.
you can again see Alex Preddy has his phone in his hand, and now he's trying to get some of the civilians away from these fucking worms that are now starting to push them. And then one of them got pepper sprayed, and then he got pepper sprayed as well. And when he gets pepper sprayed, you can see his hand shoots in the air like a student about to try and ask the teacher a question. It is a wide open palm. There's no weapon in that hand, and in his other hand is still the phone. There is no gun anywhere here. And now this is when he starts getting beaten by the multiple officers there.
Declare colonial war. Colonial war. That's awesome.
I'm gonna stop the video right here because this is when Alex Preddy gets shot to death. This fucking subhuman coward, you can see, pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back, and then shoots him multiple times after as Alex Preddy lies on the ground. You can hear one of the agents says, "Gun," and that's when this brain-dead troglodyte pulls out his firearm and starts shooting into Alex while he was still surrounded by his boys, mind you. This is like the antithesis to all training that agents go through, by the way, to shoot into a suspect while still being surrounded by authorities. You're going to get your own people shot too, by the way, you fucking moron, you unbelievable homunculus. So he immediately starts dumping into Alex because someone said gun. But the gun, from the other angles we can see, had already been taken away from Alex, out of his holster. You can see one of the other agents running away with it. But again, he was never brandishing this firearm. And as an American citizen with Second Amendment rights and a lawful gun owner by all available information, he was allowed to have that gun on his person. It is not grounds to execute a man because you fucking freaked out and panicked because the guy you were beating and pistol whipping with fucking 5 of your friends happened to be armed. He wasn't using it to try and, like, shoot anyone here or threaten them. They saw the gun, and then this guy just freaked out and murdered him. Shot him multiple times. This is indefensible. Completely indefensible. And the fact that they even took him to the ground in the first place and started beating him, with one guy pistol whipping him, by the way. In other angles, you can see a guy just, like, pistol whipping him like he's trying to hammer a nail in with his gun. Like, it should have never even been acceptable for that to happen. All Alex Preddy was doing was filming, and then when some civilians started getting pushed, he tried to help. And when one got pepper sprayed, he tried to help. From all available angles and evidence and videos here, it seems to be that's all he was doing. He even made an effort to try and show that he's not like a threat or something. Like he threw his arm in the air, wide open, nothing in his hand or anything. He wasn't fighting back against the officers. He got taken to the ground and then immediately started getting beaten. Like, all because he was fucking filming and trying to help other people around there, it seems. This is so fucking sickening. And the freaks that are cheering this on and parading
Damn, he
around
seems
like this
angry.
is something to be celebrated are just scum. You're not even American. You're a fucking drone if you actually think this is a
Fucking-
good thing.
fucking
All you care
pop
about
off,
is
Charlie.
Just, like,
Get 'em.
sucking wiener from the authorities now all of
Get
a
'em.
sudden. You care more about just being on a team than you do thinking for yourself. It's fucking tragic. It is embarrassing. This is crazy now that I'm seeing people justify this guy's murder because he had a weapon. Wake the fuck up. This is America. You can carry weapons. I sometimes carry a gun in public. I have friends who every day carry. It is your right as an American to carry a firearm if you so choose. That is not grounds for a murder. And based on all of the video footage, all of the available evidence, this guy was not brandishing it or anything like that. Thus, he wasn't threatening anyone or about to shoot someone with it, so they had to kill him to stop him. That doesn't seem to be the case. They're now just using the fact that he had a gun as a justification to kill him. That should be extremely alarming to anyone who cares about 2A. Like, again, him having it should not be an issue. And any real, actual American, like a real patriot, should be arguing for his right to carry.
It's true.
Because it is something that we have the right to do. And that should not be a justification for this man being killed by these agents. This point that they're trying to beat into the empty minds of a lot of people that are trying so hard to justify it is that the only people being arrested and targeted by ICE are rapists and pedophile illegal aliens. Which is just not the case. There definitely have been rapists and pedophiles that have been snatched up in all of this. And those rapists and pedophiles that have been caught and taken away, that's good. They shouldn't be out there breathing the free air. Great. But that's not all that's happening here. You could also right now march into the White House and arrest everyone in the White House and you would get a ton of rapists and pedophiles. Why
Yeah,
isn't
but
that
they're
happening?
Americans.
If the goal is getting rapists and pedophiles off of American soil, thrown in the slammer, taking them away from society, why is it only just walking through the fucking streets of Minnesota trying to do it? You would get significantly more rapists and pedophiles if you took ICE and brought them to the White House. An administration is actively covering up a massive child sex trafficking operation and letting tons of evil people get away with this, tons of clients. So if the goal is to get this kind of evil out of this country, why would you not start with what is provably a spot that has so many of them? Also, that belief of like a secret pedophile ring was a very popular one among Trump voters for the longest time. And now that it has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be real, legitimate reality, they are now just ignoring it. They have been proven correct that there was a huge pedophile ring of these powerful politicians, but because some of their favorite politicians are
some of their
potentially wrapped
boys,
up in it, they just want to drop it and forget about it.
Crazy.
Absolutely unhinged, by the way. It's crazy. So many people for the longest time were adamant against like government surveillance and Big Brother watching them being a huge concern. Now, plenty of people are welcoming it with open arms and a huge smile on their face. For the longest time, people would be preaching about the importance of the Second Amendment and gun rights. And now, even with this, they're saying, well, he had a gun, which means that's an executable offense. So it seems like they now no longer believe in Americans' right to own guns or carry guns, which was a core component of like the right for a long time, where there was like this big fear about they're coming for our guns. And now the same people that were arguing like to protect that are now arguing against it, saying, well, this guy deserved to die because he had a gun with him. It's a fundamental right of Americans to have guns, gun ownership. You can carry them in public too. Like that, you shouldn't be killed for that. And in the footage here, it doesn't seem like he was brandishing it or anything. And also, the same people that only like a year and a half ago were constantly telling you to question the government, that you can't trust anything that comes out of the government, the authorities always lying to you, are now just willingly, blindly, unquestioningly following anything authorities tell them to believe in, and shut out any and all thought and just have the hive mind think for them. It is crazy because it seems like the only actual belief of some of these fucking brainwashed drones is relentless cock gobbling. All they want to do is swallow boots and penis from the government. So if the administration or the news, which they used to hate the news, but now that the news just parrots points from big government that they like to clap their hands at like seals, they now just trust all of it all of a sudden, even though there's been no big change with these mainstream media outlets, by the way, that they used to not trust only a year and a half ago. But now, anytime they hear something from the news or anything that comes from the government, they will just immediately accept without a second thought, and then attack anyone else that is saying differently, or even just probing them to maybe think a little bit more about the narratives. Keep in mind, the government themselves are currently not even complying with their own laws that Trump has signed, like the Epstein Transparency Act, where the DOJ is still putting up a fight and are over a month late to compliance with releasing the Epstein files. They are still fighting tooth and nail to not release them, and even recently, only a week ago, outright said maybe there's no court that can force them to order this. They didn't even say maybe. I gave them a very charitable thing right there. They actually said courts can't force them to do this, and that if they don't comply, there's nothing anyone can do. They can't be sued. If the DOJ doesn't comply, go fuck yourself, pussy. That's basically their sentiment. They are not complying with their own fucking laws, and yet people are still willing to overlook that in order to just keep like playing for the same team. It's like it's a competition to see who can think the least and who can regurgitate enough from the hive mind to be like the biggest super fan of their side. It's fucking despicable. It's actually crazy. This is real sheep behavior. I know a lot of these people like to say sheep, sheep, sheep for the longest time, but now they are actually the epitome of that. Here's just a little thought experiment if you can break through the programming for a second. Imagine what's happening in Minnesota was happening under Obama or Biden, where there were masked agents that were constantly surveilling you, and even at times asking for your papers, your documents to prove you're an American citizen.
That did happen under COVID.
Your private information to these masked agents. And these agents also had killed 2 American citizens. What do you think your response would be? Would you be like, oh yes, please, everyone needs to comply with this. This is good. This is what I want. This is what I look for in Obama or Biden. This is what I'm happy about. Would you be as excited then as you are now in that scenario? My guess would be probably not. because you would rightfully view this as an infringement on your rights as an American. Your Second Amendment right, where apparently even carrying a gun now is a crime punishable by death. Like, this isn't something anyone should be championing for, but because it's become such like a team-focused sport, people delude themselves into thinking that they have to support this, and thus they will abandon all of their beliefs in order to stay on this side. It's crazy to me. I truly don't even know what the solution here is, because people are just willingly, on their own accord, no longer trusting what they see and what they know to be true. They would rather just have the government tell them what to think and what's true. So that way they don't have to do any level of thought for their own. How do you fix that? I genuinely do not know. I have no idea. I don't know how you can watch this footage and multiple angles of this situation and still come out trusting the government's word on the series of events that unfolded when you can yourself watch the footage and prove them false. What do you do to someone that just refuses to at least try and see things clearly? I don't know, but it's fucking tragic, and it's only getting worse. It is so fucking out of control. I had to yap about this. I've been
Next turn,
actually
I get the
fuming
end voice
all
I
day.
need.
So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.
Bye.
This is the Trump-class USS Defiant. Tricked you. That was just a drawing of it. Yeah, gotcha. But picture or not, this is what's being announced as the Navy's new guided missile battleship, the Thing. And it's
Battleship.
It's really fucking stupid. So insert boat.
You don't know
pun,
about
the
this?
like and subscribe button, and
I did
let's
know
talk
he was
about it.
wanting to do
US
battleships. I
President
didn't
Donald
realize he
Trump
was
announced
commissioning
to the
one
world
This has
now.
been
that the
around for a
United
while.
States Navy
I've
will
put
be
like
building and purchasing
several
two
videos about it
massive
on the list,
battleships
specifically
known as
for
the
you.
Trump class.
For like
now, this
months
is the
now.
first confusing part.
Yeah, well,
because
the
it was
last time
also
we tried
announced
to
that the
watch one,
first
you
ship
fucking
mission
said
will be called
no.
the USS Defiant, and typically the Navy names the first ship of a new type after the type itself, like the USS Arleigh Burke or the USS Gerald R. Ford. This has led to some confusion on if it's the Defiant class or the Trump class, and doing research for this video, I heard both equally, so who knows. These would be serving as flagships for the new, quote, Golden Fleet. That name, of course, is a callback to the American White Fleet from the early 20th century, and what the rest of this new fleet will have is impossible to know right now because the Navy isn't done building the website page for it yet. That's real, by the way. I didn't make that in Photoshop or something. Now, admittedly, this does sound cool on paper. The Defiant would allegedly be carrying every kind of weapon system that would make it fit very comfortably in a Halo-esque sci-fi novel. It'll carry nukes, hypersonics, ballistic missile launchers, giant lasers, and a goddamn railgun. The 12-year-old in me immediately reacted with, hell yeah, but the cynical adult in me says, oh no. In a press briefing, President Trump claimed that these will be, quote, 100 times more powerful than the last batch of battleships we built. Now, those kinds of comparisons don't really work. It's like saying a modern soldier is 100 times more powerful than one from World War II because he has good radios, body armor, and...
A Golden Age war?
If you put
A Golden
modern
Age
World War
war?
II infantry soldiers
What?
against one Gen Z private with an M4...
What's happening?
Go ahead and see how that goes.
I'm looking at the
But this is
Casus
being
Bellis.
advertised as a battleship. And while videos of battleships going ham with the main guns are enough to make everyone sexually aroused, reality is a little different. Battleships used to be the single factor that determined the who's who of naval power.
Alright,
However,
I'm
the
at
second we
fighters
figured out
and
how to
bombers
launch
now.
planes
I
from
should
a
be
boat,
fine
which was
to
in the
go and loot
30s,
his
by the
shit
way,
and defend
they
my
were largely
territory.
obsolete. They were useful in the fact that their giant guns could obliterate ground targets, but only because we already had
When
them
I'll
floating
declare
around and
war,
built,
we'll save-
not because they were particularly
No, 'cause I
extra
gotta go.
powerful or something. For context, the last battleship the United States ever built started construction in 1940, and we never built another one after that. Now, I talk about a lot of crazy military stuff on this channel, and a lot of said military stuff is dangerous. That's kind of the whole point of militaries existing. But the real world can be just as dangerous, and that danger can lead to some not-so-stellar outcomes if your goal is to be an uninjured human person. But if you fail to keep your health at 100% for one reason or another, that brings us to today's sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. There's a reason why protective gear exists in combat, just like there's a reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. With 1,000 attorneys in all 50 states, they won over
That was only in 1
$30
year.
billion for their clients.
Oh, yeah,
With a track
I noticed
record
that
going
too.
Back over 35 years, they know a thing or two about fighting for the compensation you deserve. If you have the unfortunate chance to be injured by someone else's negligence, just know that you deserve to be paid. You only pay if they win your case. So if you end up working with them, they'll do everything they can to fight on your behalf. If you or someone else you know is dealing with an injury that was someone else's fault, you can check out Morgan & Morgan today by going to forthepeople.com/Taylor. Thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring the channel, and now back to the video. But what do we know about this 21st century version? Well, current estimates place that it will have a 30 to 40,000 ton displacement fully loaded. That's about 17,000 less than the last Iowa-class battleships we built in the 40s. And that makes it about 3 times the displacement weight of the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, which is currently the workhorse of the Navy surface fleet. The Defiant is planned to be about 880 feet long and 115 feet wide, but no reports on how tall it will be. But it will probably be pretty tall, given that it will have more dedicated space for command and control than typical Navy surface warships. The weapon systems on the Defiant are divided into 3 main categories: a main battery, a secondary battery, and a defensive battery. The main battery will consist of 12 CPS cells, or conventional prompt strike, which is the fun name the Navy gave to their new hypersonic ballistic missiles, along with 128 Mark 41 VLS cells for things like Tomahawks and other general-purpose missiles.
Hell yeah.
And finally, what is known
How far
as
am I
the
off it?
Surface Launch Cruise Missile
I'm
Nuclear, aka the new nuke
I'm
that the Navy is currently
11
developing.
turns off it. I'm actually not that far behind you.
Was pretty common actually during the Cold War, but went away after the 80s. The idea is that it's another layer of redundancy to the already existing nuclear triad, and one that has a much stronger in-your-face deterrence factor than subs or bombers. We'll talk more about these in detail shortly, but first let's look at the secondary battery. First on the list are 2 5-inch guns with hypervelocity projectiles.
I have
or
more envoys
HVPs.
available, huh?
These are, in essence, GPS-guided artillery shells with incredibly high speeds, reaching over Mach 3 while in the air.
Not
This
enough.
is designed for indirect fire support for Marines, and less so for duking it out with other boats. Next is a pair of high-kilowatt lasers designed to take things out like missiles and loitering munitions coming at the ship, but without having to burn through the more expensive defensive ammo. Now last in the secondary battery, and the one that probably raises the most eyebrows, is the planned 32 megajoule railgun, a concept that the Navy already
Why
put
can't
a lot
I
of
make
money
fucking
into,
religious
decided
units?
to cancel it after testing it out, but more on that part
Okay.
later. Now
I
third
found
and
them.
final
Holy
is the
site.
defensive battery.
Yeah, I
For
found them.
Missionaries, you need a shrine. For apostles, you need a temple.
Okay. Got it.
What do you got, a religion over there? What perks? did
Yeah,
you get
I'm turning my Civ into my religion, so I start getting religious bonuses now.
Yeah, just be careful.
Because old mate is pushing pretty
Yeah,
hard into my
cross-cultural
Civ.
dialogue isn't bad, but you should evangelize your belief. The building is the least important, but if you get the third one, when you buy an apostle, you can evangelize your belief. And I don't know what will be left, but Lenin picked choral music. That's generally the best one, but then he has the Watt. Who cares about
What do
the
you mean
building?
evangelize your belief?
When you buy an apostle, you'll get another bonus to having your religion. You can pick 4.
Oh. Okay. So
And
no,
the building, so it's the holy building is generally the worst one.
Sure.
One of the good ones is, I think I probably took it. No, I didn't. So one of the ones that's open is that missionaries and apostles are cheaper to purchase with faith. That's one of the best ones too, because then
Okay.
you're just buying more missionaries and apostles to spread faith.
Yeah.
And like some of the worst ones will be like the passive effects, where it's like you have less religious pressure and shit like that.
Okay.
But I picked Crusade, so as long as I can convert people, then I get a 10 plus combat bonus, which is a huge bonus.
That's pretty crazy. Okay.
Unfortunately, the Druze has been spreading over here because some Indonesian cunt has made me need to go back so my religion didn't get wiped out in my own territory.
That'll work.
Like, we can't even go for a religious victory. Mind your own business.
Mhm.
And the only reason I went for Congo first is because it looked like he was building up an army to attack me. Otherwise, I would have went for her first.
Fair enough.
And her ass is grass. As soon as I get Lenin to want to surrender, which is currently not yet. Yeah, look what he's gonna give me a great work in return. He
All right,
wants me to give him oil and gold.
Once this turn is over, I'm gonna have to go.
And that's when I get ideology.
Yeah.
Hey, you're gonna get silver on the World's Fair.
Nice. 2 civic boosts. Very good.
I'm waiting for you to see my pin. I'm gonna forget about it.
I saw
I'm
it.
gonna-
Don't worry, I saw it.
Oh, okay. 2 turns, I get this city. The city I was trying to settle to begin with so I could hold Geneva. Now she's got Geneva. Because she settled this city. That bitch. Hey, my archer finally came home. I can't upgrade him. I have no gold. I'm bleeding money. I do have this artillery piece, though.
Wait, save. We're done. I need to go.
Oh.
Are you gonna keep streaming? What are you doing?
No.
No. Alright.
I have to edit. I've been trying
Fair
to
enough. Alright. Alrighty. Well, we'll talk to you later.
The primary way these-
stream now, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Bye-bye.